All right. Hello. Welcome to our video game retrospective podcast. I almost said every month, even though that's not even there. Every episode, we play through one game from years past, come together to share our thoughts, memories, and critiques. I'm your host, Clayton, joined as always by my recently infected co-host, Morgan. Morgan, how are you?
Well, I've only got a few hours left, I guess. So probably by the end of this podcast, I will have lost my mind. And you'll be able to find me in the back alley making clicking sounds, ominously.
Thank you for choosing to spend your final moments with me recording this podcast. Not your family members, not your husband.
So I'm getting a weird sense of deja vu.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Okay.
We've said it in other things we've recorded since, but we did this before. We recorded this part of the podcast before. I changed some things up because I just cannot read everything exactly the same. So I changed up some of the very important questions a little bit. But yeah. We did this before, so deja vu.
Yeah. And hey, I have a little question for you. I mean, I like the new intro and everything. I think it's very succinct and kind of captures what we're about. But what is the name of the podcast?
Video game retrospective podcast.
What?
So okay, Morgan. I tried to have this conversation with you at some point.
Yeah.
I'm confused on how to proceed. So
what do you mean?
Okay, we started this podcast retrospective thing endeavor on a YouTube channel called Joystick.
Yes.
Which was previously hosting just a handful of Let's Plays and stuff that we did around good gameplay stuff during COVID time.
Yeah.
It was a COVID time thing, then it went completely dormant for I think a couple of years, and then we're just like, let's just use this. We already have it. Let's just use it. And then we changed the name of the podcast to Analog Shtick because we started a podcast named Analog Shtick, and that was the only thing we were doing.
Yeah.
So it's okay, let's just name the channel after the one show that goes on it. But then we started doing these gameplay things. I don't know how to describe my issue. So we do a podcast called Analog Shtick. Are we Analog Shtick? Is the show Analog Shtick? Is it both?
I would say both.
Is it both?
I think it's both.
I'm trying to think of another example of this. So it's I don't know. It's I don't know why Rooster Teeth comes to mind. Rooster Teeth. You have Rooster Teeth the company. Rooster Teeth's the name of the channel.
Yeah, sure.
And then you have the Rooster Teeth podcast. It's not just called Rooster Teeth. You know what I mean? It's called something separate.
I guess, but I don't know, from a branding perspective, to me, it's it's all just Rooster Teeth. I'm not particularly
maybe that was a weird example.
I'm not I'm trying to think of another example. Okay, so my brother and me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the McElroy brothers, but they have the McElroy family channel, which is where they post anything, including my brother and me. But the podcast and the YouTube channel started at the same time, whereas the McElroy family channel was not always a thing. It's newer.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I think it would make sense to call the podcast Analog Shtick because, we've been around for a couple of years.
Okay, so the podcast can still be called Analog Shtick.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. So the podcast, this show that we do, this retrospective show.
Yes.
Is called Analog Shtick. The channel where we post everything is also Analog Shtick.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense to you.
It does to me. I don't know.
I felt like I was having an aneurysm trying to figure out the most logical way to proceed, but...
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, should we solicit feedback of some kind? Is anybody else confused about this? Is anyone out there, melting and having... rocking back and forth, but how can it be the podcast and a YouTube channel at the same time? Because to me, if it's all under one name, it just makes it easier for people to find us on YouTube if they found us through a podcast platform, I guess, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I just want people to be able to find us and not get confused.
Yeah, I know.
Or too confused.
Just a little confused. We do have a funky word in the name.
Right.
That's the first barrier.
Hard to spell.
Which has two spellings, I think, and both are correct. I think you can do it without
with the C and
with the C and with the C and without the C.
The first
like
C.
as many letters as possible. Yeah, the first
C. Oops.
So, okay. Hello. Welcome to Analog Shtick, a video game retrospective podcast.
There you go. I think your answer is in the colon.
There it is.
The colon and then the
is
sub.
It? Okay. Does that
the subheading?
All right.
Perhaps. I don't know.
Welcome to Analog Shtick, a video game retrospective podcast posted to a YouTube channel called Analog Shtick, where we also post other things.
Right. And the podcast is also posted other places.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
I thought we were going to get into the episode faster.
Yeah, my bad.
But then we just spent 10 minutes talking about bullshit. Like, not even our regular brand of bullshit, just complete who cares bullshit. But that's what we do. So, moving on to more bullshit, housekeeping. We're making more video content. Morgan, I'd like to maybe just I don't really know. I don't know the cadence that makes sense for releasing the video content, but it just comes out really fast, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a poop whenever you've been consuming a lot of fiber, you know? It just
Okay. Yeah. No, keep going.
Yeah, you know,
embrace the metaphor. Keep going.
You don't spend as much time on a toilet.
Yeah.
It's just real easy. I'm going to say like a 5-minute affair, you know?
Well,
like door shut to door open, 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, hold on. The prep time. Can I say the prep time is that fast? Because the actual recording sessions are about as long as a podcast episode takes to record.
Yes. But that's like, to me, okay, granted, these past few, I have not been playing, so I'm just chilling over here.
That's true.
It's not as intense for me. It feels like I'm just chilling and I'm just chatting. It's fine. It does get more intense whenever you're on the sticks and you gotta like perform and entertain.
Right. Keep up a conversation and also
have
try to play a game well.
My barrage of dipshit, poorly worded questions as you're...
I think we handled it okay.
No, it's going good, and I enjoy it.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like it's being received fairly well by our tiny audience. Views are similar to what a podcast would do, so like based on a couple days. So I don't know if they have the same lifespan as the podcast. I mean, I'm sure it's kind of like evergreen content. We're just
because it's
talking
so old.
Shit and
the
playing
stuff
an
that
old
we play
game.
is old.
Yeah. It's just a playthrough of an old game. I do like the 100% angle of it, like exploring a game in its entirety. I mean, concessions might have to be made if we want to play anything that's slightly longer, but so far we're playing short games and doing like 100% runs, which I think is fun. And also we're playing games that we know really well.
Oh,
so we did Spyro, we're doing Sly. I did Celeste, which is a bit newer, but it's a game I know really well, so I could just kind of blaze through no problem. I think that's a good place for us to be starting, you know? Kind of get our sea legs for the whole game and chat thing, but this is something I would like to do maybe twice a month.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
If we could work out something where we could record on a weekday, I feel like that would be extra sustainable, you know?
Okay.
Less interruptions from like weekend events and such.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. But that's for me and Morgan to discuss in the background. All I'm saying is if you're like an audio only listener, we've been making some YouTube content for you to enjoy as well that you might have missed. And it is just a lot of us just chatting while playing. I mean, it's basically like the beach episode podcast, but we're also playing a game.
Like a little bit of beach episode, a little bit of random bullshit.
Yeah. A little bit of game talk. I mean, it's like... bit,
yeah.
And it's great for us because the poop metaphor come out much easier. So I want to continue pursuing them.
Yeah.
And this moves into next bullet point on housekeeping is, and Morgan, we've talked about this very briefly, so we can have like, if you want to do it slightly differently than what I'm laying out here, then that's fine. The retrospective cadence, like release cadence, I think will no longer be locked to once a month. I think I want that to be more like freeform and like scheduled kind of based on the game plus our availability. And I'm okay with this change because we have the video content to kind of fall back on as like a consistent output thing.
Yeah. So I guess like how I would pitch it to like longtime listeners, it's like, okay, imagine you still get to hear from us regularly, but that regular outlet of like hearing from us is going to be on the YouTube channel with the gameplay stuff.
Yes.
And these more like deeper dives, more, I don't know, I guess like detailed discussions. Not that we don't have, I mean, I think there's potential for like detailed discussions to happen during gameplay. Mm-hmm. But that's going to be guaranteed in these podcast episodes. In this, the cadence of the podcast episodes will depend on the game that we're covering and what the amount of time that we need to play the game and do a deep dive experience.
Mm-hmm. It really comes down to the amount of work that goes into like creating a retrospective episode of the podcast versus recording like a gameplay video.
Right.
And just the busyness of our lives varies. And also the game that we're covering varies. One of the problems that we tried to work out was we wanted a 1 month release cadence previously, while covering games that vary drastically in lengths. So that required a lot of like weird scheduling and sort of like stockpiling of videos in order to cover something longer. So like whenever we tried to cover Final Fantasy, we had to build up a stockpile of videos and just kind of sit on them for a while and dole them out over time, spaced out by months. Whereas I don't know if I like that as much because it's like we're releasing something in August that we recorded in May or something like that. And it just feels a little weird. And whenever I say that we're no longer locked to once a month, I do want to throw out there that that could go in the favor of more than one within the span of 1 month. So I would say that if we're covering something shorter, there's a chance that it could come out, you know, within, I don't know, 15 days, 20 days of like the last retrospective. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But also if we're just, you know, going to lock in and cover something of great length, a Final Fantasy X-2 perhaps, I hope, first of all, that it results in like a better final product, like having more time to put into it without the like hard deadline that we put on ourselves. So giving us the flexibility to spend more time, have more recording sessions, maybe shit out something that's fucking 9 hours long or something. I don't know.
Jeez. Yeah.
I don't know. And I would like to have the time to put more effort into the sort of video aspect of it, just as well, editing and all that. You know, showing relevant clips as opposed to just showing like a steady stream of gameplay throughout the entire thing, basically to make it a better audio product as well as a video product by the time it's done. Yeah, because I view this as like the flagship product, their show or something that we make. It's, I don't know, a decent amount of work and thought, I don't know, like time, effort, energy and stuff. So
yeah,
I hope that it's still kind of about a month between episodes.
Yeah.
I just don't want to do like the locked in every time. Maybe a month and a half, or maybe half a month or something like that.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Anything else to add to that?
Oh, you had mentioned something last time we talked about changing the typical release date to it not being like the second or the first or the second is like a regular posting date. You mentioned it being like maybe on a Saturday or like the first Saturday of the month or something. I don't know. Yeah.
I kind of like associating the podcast that I listen to with days of the week. And one of the, I feel like, less appealing things about our release cadence was that it might just drop on like a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, any day. And if you're like an avid podcast enjoyer, like I am, you're kind of used to the, on Wednesday, I listen to this. On Friday, this comes out. I listen to this when I do this. And we might just, I don't know. I don't want to throw off everyone's schedule just by inserting like a 5-hour video in there. I don't know. I like the idea of being more closely tied to a day of the week rather than a date on the calendar. So
Oh, yeah. And I was going to say, I guess if anyone has any feedback on that or any ideas, say something.
Yeah, if you're disappointed, I don't know. Let us know. I guess. I feel like this is more sustainable for us. And also hopefully results in better retrospective episodes. But yeah, it's hard. Obviously, we both work full-time and have lives.
Right.
Right.
Surprise.
And it's hard to get all of our gaming homework done.
It's been so hard lately. It's been really hard.
Mm-hmm. Having the deadline before did help us, but as if you've been a long-time listener, you know that there are some episodes where we come in like, yeah, you know, I didn't finish like the last hour, but of the game or something like that. Hopefully we can avoid that in the future by just allotting ourselves the flexibility to spend an extra week on something rather than rush it out. Because, like we said before, this is evergreen content. This isn't like ephemera that is just, you listen to it and then it's like never relevant again.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of putting a little more time into it for that reason, I guess. I don't know.
No, that makes sense.
This will evolve, I assume. And, we hold the right to go back or change our minds or do whatever we want. So yeah. Listener letters. Please continue to write into the show. You can, of course, leave a comment on YouTube or Spotify, but our favorite mode of communication is email. You can email us just like Luke. Luke says, hi, my name is Luke, age 27. Thank you for letting us know.
Hey, that's how old I am.
That's how old I almost am.
Yeah, you're almost there.
I live in Denver. I've been listening to your podcast for the past 2 years. I originally found you through your Sly Cooper episode. So this is Tom Astronaut, right? This isn't Tom Astronaut.
No, I don't think so.
Tom Astronaut left a comment saying that he found us through...
Oh, yeah. No. Well, sorry. I'm assuming Tom Astronaut's pronouns. So if I got those wrong, my bad. But Tom Astronaut left a comment saying that they found us through... that they were looking for, I think, the Dimitri soundtrack, and then somehow found our podcast, which is not the first person to tell us that they found us when trying to look for a soundtrack.
Yes.
Which I think is really funny.
They probably are like, I'm looking for... the entire like OST of this game. Yeah. They see our episode and they're like, oh, it's about like an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's probably what I'm looking for. They click on it and it's just two idiots talking. And they've already gotten comfortable. So they're just like, well, I guess I'll just leave it on. Or something. Right. Maybe they just like immediately went back to doing the dishes, an ad started playing and then, their hands are all wet. They're like, well, I can't do anything about this. Yeah. Also, Tom Astronaut's name is probably... Thomas, if I had to guess.
Oh yeah, no, I would like to assume that, but just to be safe.
If you are the same two people, please let us know.
Yeah.
This is my first video game ever. First ever video. Morgan.
Okay, do you want me to read this for you?
Morgan, can you take over for me? I'm going to have a stroke if I keep waiting.
Okay. I originally found you through your Sly Cooper episode. This was my first ever video game when I was 5 and my main series while growing up. Nobody ever talks about Sly Cooper. I know, isn't that so sad? Anyway, so it was quite a treat. I kept listening because you guys have an excellent dynamic, wonderful personalities, and a delightful cadence in the podcast. During your hiatus, I had made peace with the fact that the podcast was over, as many podcasts have ended in a similar fashion. I was also trying to make peace with it during the hiatus.
So many people mourned us. I had also like kind of made peace with I was kind of sitting on it. Like if the spark comes back, we'll do it.
Well, I know, so like before the hiatus, you had made jokes several times of like, oh yeah, if we ever miss a release date, it's over. It's simply just not going to happen anymore. And then we missed the release date and I was like, well, here we are.
It's more indicative of like my own mentality with like, I am so strict about stuff like that if it has gone awry, I clearly am in a bad place.
Aw.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry that you were in a bad place. I mean, I don't think I wasn't also doing great, but I don't think like to the degree that you were suffering. So
I don't know why I'm better, but I am.
Okay. Just throwing that out there. That's good. Anyway, I was overwhelmed with joy when I saw your return episode released, and I love the direction of the podcast now. Hell yeah. Thank you. I don't even play video games anymore. I'm here to listen to you guys yap it up. Hell yeah. Thank you. You may have a similar fan base. Oh, sorry. You may have a smaller fan base right now, but your podcast means a lot to those who are here for the ride. Love the podcast. Love you guys. And I hope all is well in your lives. P.S. Morgan's mention of a Creepcast gave me a dopamine hit so big I threw up. That part always gets me.
Yeah, this is very nice. Thank you, Luke. I gotta say, a couple things stood out to me on your email. I don't even play video games anymore. That's so surprising to me. Like the idea of someone who's like interested in video game, I don't know, conversations and podcasts, but not interested in the medium itself is surprising. I do know many people who like write into the podcast I listen to saying the same thing though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I get that video games take up a lot of time, especially if you got, I'm busy with one wife. I can't imagine having, two wives if you're
wives.
But also like kids or something. That's, I'm sure, a factor for many people.
Well, yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of times where like I'm too busy to play video games and instead I'll listen to a lot of retrospectives on video games. I think right now, Josh Strife Hayes is probably the one whose retrospectives I've been listening to the most. I don't know if you know who that is.
I do not.
But I really like his content. He does a very, very good job. But yeah, if that's where you're at in life, wish you all the best. And I'm glad you enjoyed the podcast, regardless of whether or not you have like time to play video games anymore or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll keep the torch alive. We'll play the video games for you and tell you all about them.
I was going to say, Luke, if you're listening, we did post the first half of Sly Cooper playthrough and are going to complete that playthrough 100%. And I would like to do playthroughs of the other Sly Cooper games. I think those would be good as well. So those will probably come out eventually.
I would like to do a hit a stride where it's like you play, I play, you play, I play, you play, I play.
Yeah.
And then I play, and then you play.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Also, Creepcast. Morgan, I got to say, so Luke is already on the Creepcast thing. You turned me onto the Creepcast, and I've listened to many hours of it.
I think you've listened to more of it than me now.
That's how things go with us.
Yeah.
We get obsessive.
Yeah. No, what was that one episode that you recommended?
Spire in the Woods?
The Spire in the Woods. It was so well written.
Yeah.
And it might get taken down randomly at any point. So
it's true.
If you have FOMO, probably want to go check out the Spire in the Woods episode right now.
Yeah, it's like 8 hours though, so be prepared.
It's a long one, so like 9 hours maybe.
It was awesome for me because I have been on this project at work that sometimes it's very long. It's been going on for over 2 years at this point. It's nuts. But it sometimes has these long stretches of work that needs done that does not require my like ears or attention, like editing sound or anything like that. And I had this, I think it was a Friday, but there was like no one else in the office, like my specific office of editors. And I just plugged in my headphones to my phone and turned on like the noise canceling. And I just like listened to that entire story as I was working. And it was a good day. It was a nice little day of work. Just having this little movie playing in my head while I'm doing some mundane shit for a project.
Good way to pass the time, for sure.
Oh, yeah. It was nice. It was good. But yeah, that's beside. They're competitors, so I can't actually recommend them. All podcasts are competitors.
I think they might be in like the top 10 like most popular podcasts.
Yeah, we're gunning for them.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah. Well, punching up.
Yeah. It's like a most wanted list. If they're 10 on the top 10 list, they're first on the hit list. We got our sights set on the Creepcast at the moment.
Okay. Well.
Okay. But hey, listeners right now, you can be like Luke. Please send us a letter at analogschtickmail@gmail.com. First link in the description. You may get read on the show. I'm going to cross that out. You will probably be read on the show.
Most likely.
We don't get a ton of emails, so if you want to hear two goobers from the Midwest say your name on a podcast that will last for all eternity, immortalize you in the analog stick lore.
And in our hearts.
And in our hearts. give us a write-in. Give us your game recommendations. Let us know how you're enjoying the show. Share any fun memories you've got about the games that we've discussed or plan on discussing. Need I say more? All right. Morgan, I want to move on to our opening topic if you're ready.
Okay.
And I narrowed it down to 2.
Okay.
Just a little something to get our feet wet before I say get our feet wet. It's 30 fucking minutes into our recording. Just a little something to get our feet wet, get our brains going. I'll let you pick. Both of these, I think, equally relevant.
I think the second one seems more applicable.
More applicable. All right. I thought the first one was perfectly applicable, but that's
okay.
fine.
Well,
all right. So Morgan picked this topic. I wrote down, what is your ideal apocalyptic setting? I have a couple parameters that I like in my apocalyptic fiction. Morgan, do you want to go first? Do you want some time to think about it?
Oh, I would like some time to think.
All right. So here's a couple things that I like. I'm a big consumer of the zombie medium. I never really got that zombie burnout that most people did. I've been here for zombies the entire time. I like Walking Dead. I like that World War Z book. I like The Last of Us, obviously. I like Resident Evils. Walking Dead. Did I already say that? I said it again.
You did. Yep.
It's a list that includes Walking Dead twice. There's many Walking Deads, the video games and the show. I'm all in it. So there's some things that I do and don't like about apocalypse stuff, and I'm getting deja vu from this because there's a chance we talked about this on our failed recording or just in games prior to this. But I like modern day stuff, obviously, but my favorite group of people to follow in an apocalypse is just like the average Joes. I don't want to follow military. I want to follow the Subway sandwich artist who's just been thrust into the apocalypse. I want to see how he fares. I want to find the paper boy, roaming the, I don't know, streets of a small metropolitan area or something. I want those interesting stories rather than trained soldiers or something like that. So that's the first little key point. Something that World War Z did that I don't necessarily need, but I enjoyed in that book specifically, was that there was a cure and the world did recover. I think that's the only apocalypse fiction that I can point to where that was the case. And the modern setting thing, I don't really go for Fallout as much.
Do you find it too depressing? Or,
I find it too bleak. I find it too bleak and sad. I love some good rules to the zombie thing as well. Something that really pisses me off in The Walking Dead is that everyone's infected, because that just seems like such a bitch move, I could just die of old age and then I just bite someone and it's I don't know. I like the Last of Us thing where it's spores. That has more thought put into the mode in which the infection spreads than I think some other stuff. I think Walking Dead has zero thought put into it, if I'm remembering right. It just happens one day. It's never explained, and no one ever searches for a cure, I don't believe. No one cares about what might cause it. They just kind of forget and move on, which is all right, I guess. I don't know if people would do that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess apocalyptic things also are not limited to zombies.
No.
So I do prefer a little zombie threat. I'm a fan. I guess I don't need it, though. I do love the little story progression thing to where it's we're working together against the zombies. Zombies become less of a threat. Now people are the threat.
Politics. Bureaucracy.
Yes.
The main threat to humanity.
Yeah, it's like our Minecraft servers,
Yeah, exactly.
Stage 2 is bureaucracy.
We got hung up on building the wall.
Exactly.
Or a wall around our village. Never mind. We're not talking about real world politics right now. Because I know that was a thing in 2016. Don't know if it's still a thing or not. Anyway.
I think it already happened. But anyway, Morgan.
Yep.
What's your apocalyptic stuff? What do you like?
All right. Yes, I have thought about it. I have an answer. Okay, well, I kind of have two answers. I like stories that are something that's on the cusp of something crazy happening. And then like the crazy thing like happens towards the end and you're just like, oh God. Like, for example, well, you haven't watched it all the way through, but I'm talking about Neon Genesis Evangelion is what I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like we're on the cusp. We're on the cusp of things going off the rails. And then it goes off the rails and you're like, what's going on anymore? I'm lost. I think that's fun. And then I also like, I would consider that apocalyptic because that's still, the apocalypse is like part of the plot. But then my other, probably more preferred out of the two that I'm discussing is post-apocalypse.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, we are past the post-apocalypse point and things have like kind of recovered a bit. And there's sort of this like, there's like remnants of what was still like haunting the setting and like informing how things are going now a little bit, but not like, I don't know. I think it strikes that balance between bleak, but also like, but we've made some progress. So like, I would say that I would say that probably the first two Fallout games do a better job of being more post-apocalypse instead of post-apocalypse. Fallout 3 is very bleak. Fallout 4 is kind of a little bit, and then 76 is set like not that long after that universe's apocalypse, right? But New Vegas, which is my favorite Fallout game, has that more post vibe because you can see like society recovering and there's these like factions and like they're more established and they have like infrastructure and they're big enough and like well functioning enough to have like conflicts between each other and like politics and things. Like I like that. And then I'm also thinking of things like I think technically Lord of the Rings, like Middle Earth has been around for so long that I didn't
think about it like that, but yeah.
Right. There's like these like old forts like hanging around and stuff like that kind of like that our protagonists explore and that like kind of, you know, provides shelter. But it's like this like old version of the world is like still haunting the new version. I think that's cool. Right. I think Adventure Time kind of does that a little bit.
Oh yeah. That's another good, like, yeah, it is actually post-apocalypse.
Right. And then I think my favorite,
Spoilers.
so the Ergo proxy setting is like that quite a bit. And then my absolute favorite version of this is the Vampire Hunter D setting, which is just crazy. It's fucking crazy because it's like the world was taken over by vampires. And the vampires were like the ruling class or whatever for so long. And so they like advanced technology and like did all this like crazy stuff. And then the vampires, like things started to like kind of fall apart for them and their society kind of like crumbled. And then the humans are like slowly coming back. But there's like all of this crazy shit left over in the world, like crazy like robots and like technology and stuff that the humans, it's like sort of almost like magic to them because they don't know like how to like interface with it maybe as well as the vampires did or as well as like their ancestors did. And then I think it's also implied that some of the vampires just like left Earth and they're just like chilling in space. So there's just like a bunch of like crazy, like wacky stuff going on. And I love it so much. It's such a cool vibe. And that's probably like one of my favorite settings ever.
I'd love to watch that. It's on my list. I'd love to watch that on this bad boy. Points to CRT in the background. Yep. For everyone who can't see, besides Morgan. But yeah, that's, oh man. I want to have a nice set. I think I've talked about this many times. I had that little Raspberry Pi hooked up to the CRT at one point, and that was a nice way to like play videos of like 4:3 anime just on the CRT directly. Raspberry Pi has since overheated and had some issues, so got to find a new way of doing that or find a way to fix that. But yeah. Oh, that's on
another thing that I would argue is also post-apocalypse is Angel's Egg, which also fucking slaps.
I gotta be honest, I watched Angel's Egg. I was awake, I was sober.
Yeah.
I don't remember much.
Okay. Well, it's mostly a silent film.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's more like a vibe. I mean, there's like very deep stuff going on, but
it doesn't sit in your brain the same way you remember other things. I remember the feeling more than I remember anything I saw.
I don't know. There's some pretty like really interesting imagery that sticks out in my mind, but I've also seen it a couple times.
Yeah.
Anyway. But yeah, so Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, would recommend. I think you can find it on YouTube for free. It's kind of a janky quality though, but you can still like appreciate the animation and like the art and stuff. But it's beautiful. It's a wonderful film.
God, and it's just one film?
So there's two Vampire Hunter D movies, and there's also a book series.
Okay.
And also,
fun fact, words books, not manga?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, not manga. Well, actually, there might be a manga, but I haven't done research into it, and I haven't read it. But I read a couple of the books, and also the artist who does like the cover art for a lot of the Vampire Hunter D novels is the same guy who also did a lot of the cover art for Final Fantasy.
Oh,
so
sick.
Like it's like a similar art style. Super cool. Love that. Yeah, forgot the guy's name, unfortunately, but yeah.
I was with a group of friends and we were discussing, I don't know, just the topic, like books. Reading a book together came up, and I was like, I don't think I've read a book. Honest to God, I don't think I've read a book to completion since I wanted to say high school, but I'm like, did I read any book in high school? Because I sparked out of my way through pretty much everything.
I was going to say, I didn't have any English classes with you, so I wouldn't know.
You were in smart classes, I assume, right?
Yeah, I was in the AP. Like, if I could, well, no, there were some AP things that I opted out of, like stuff where I was like, there's no way I'm not going to survive this. But most of my subjects, I was in AP.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Get out of paying that college tuition as much as I could.
Dude, it was impossible for me to even conceptualize money at that point. So I was...
Oh, really?
That was not really happening.
Damn, I was like all about business. I was like, I am cramming my schedule full of this shit and taking as many of these tests as I can because I do not want to pay... You know, I will save myself thousands of dollars if I can figure this out.
See, that amount of money meant absolutely nothing to me at the time.
Okay, well...
Like... my parents would talk to me about that stuff, like saving thousands of dollars or like how much things cost, but like they get into the thousands and I'm like, I don't even understand what you're telling me. Very different to me now.
Well, yeah.
But I honestly did not have I don't think I had a good grasp on money until like I was 24.
Well... Okay. At least you have one now.
Yeah. No, I had a terrible... I was not in like credit card debt or anything.
Okay.
I was just
probably good that you didn't have a credit card.
I was just in regular debt, you know?
Okay.
$50,000 of student loans. I mean...
My God. Well, that's not even as bad as some people have it. Really.
No. I mean, I hear people, especially like medical school and stuff, it's like easily could get to $100,000.
Oh yeah.
There's literally people in like $500,000 of debt.
I remember there was one school I was looking at, and with scholarships, I would have still been paying 40,000 smackaroonies a year for 4 years. I was like, no, simply no, thank you.
See, there is no education that is worth that much money.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
I'm willing to say that.
Yeah.
It's just robbery.
Well, and also like what I was looking at when I was like, oh, I'm gonna, I was kind of like eyeballing, like, do I want to be a game design major? Paying $40,000 a year to get that degree and then probably like go out and like fall on my face trying to like get into that industry, or also potentially be suffering like horrible crunch hours and stuff all the time. I don't know. Yeah.
Dude, I was really not grown up because I was not thinking about shit. Like, I should have had those thoughts that you're describing.
Yeah.
Just
didn't have them.
I was like, oh, I don't know. I'll find a job. It'll be fine. And I did, granted, but...
Yeah, it did work out, yeah.
Did not work out for, I would say, 90% of the people I graduated with, but
right.
Maybe 95. Like, I don't really even know.
I don't think, well, so like for my, like the animation half of my courses, I would not be surprised if it did not work out for a single one.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the people who like tried really, really hard. And I'm not saying that their stuff wasn't good. That's not what I mean. I feel like it's just so hard to get into that industry and get like consistent work and yeah.
Yes. So this is actually my favorite apocalyptic setting is the one that we find ourselves currently in.
Help.
Yeah. All right. I'm ready to move into background information. Let's keep this train rolling. So similar to our other episodes, we're getting into it about an hour in, so not faster in any regards.
No.
So just a smidgen of background information on The Last of Us if you're not aware, or if it's been a while for you. I don't really know. So this is one of the final like notable releases for the PS3 generation. It might very well be the final like first party release. Not positive, but the PS4 was released soon after this game. This was Naughty Dog in their prime. They were coming fresh off the Uncharted trilogy. They're probably, I would say at this time, easily Sony's most valued studio, or like critically valuable studio. You know, they're pumping out like, I don't know, easy like 9s and 10s with the Uncharted trilogy, like very critically acclaimed. And this game is probably peak Naughty Dog for most people. Unless you're a crash head, I don't really know. Morgan's giving me a look.
Yeah.
This was also like a very, very, very influential game for the industry at large. Uncharted, but I feel like this game is what I would point to more specifically as far as like inspiring this sort of trend of narrative heavy, drama heavy, sad dad heavy video games that we would see like throughout the PS4 generation, going into PS5 even. It also, I would say, like really put like, I don't really know, like, so PS3 was struggling at launch. It was kind of second fiddle to 360, but I think throughout the life cycle, starting with like Uncharted Drake's Fortune is like a soft start, but then like going into Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, and like Infamous 2, and ending on this game, I feel like this was like, this definitely like bolstered the comeback going into the PS4 generation, and I assumed was like a non-insignificant part in like helping solidify that as like the dominant console for the following generation. Also won, you know, a ton of Game of the Year awards. It came out the same year as GTA 5. If you remember. So 2013.
Well, okay. I didn't know the year, but yes, I know about GTA 5, if that's what you're asking.
Have you heard of this game, Grand Theft Auto 5?
I think so.
I own 10 copies.
I had a character named Rhonda.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
With a purple pompadour.
Was it a pompadour? I thought it was just like
kind of
ponytail.
Well, yeah, it was like a pompadour in front, ponytail in the back, sort of a deal. I loved Rhonda. Can I be honest? I loved Rhonda.
Yeah, you did. You loved Rhonda. You had some fan art of Rhonda, your own character. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was interesting. But yeah, honestly, also, what a great year. Just want to throw that out there. I was looking at 2013, like for the lineup. They
of apocalypse, the world didn't end in 2012. That's why we were also happy in 2013.
Yeah. They were like, we're so happy. Let's quickly, within 1 year's time, make all of these games. That's what happened. So we got Last of Us, we got GTA 5, BioShock Infinite, Rayman Legends. Those were the ones that I pointed out. And I'm like, God damn, those are some nice-ass video games. I don't know if you're familiar with Infinite or Rayman Legends. But
Sage is a big fan of BioShock Infinite. I've always kind of liked the vibe of BioShock Infinite, but I remember like playing it when I was younger and being like, this has some weird like culty, maybe slightly Christian undertones in it, and it made me viscerally uncomfortable, and so I didn't really play it. But
that's so funny that you're describing something that you would be so into now.
I would be so into now. Right. I'm like, cult stuff? Give me that. Yeah.
like bastardized religion and cult stuff. That's like
Hell
Morgan
yeah.
now. So yeah, it's funny that was like something that's frightened you at the time. Rayman Legends is also a fantastic platformer. I assume you have not played, but
no, but it has like some fun levels that sync with music, right?
It does indeed.
I think I've seen you play some of that, and I thought that was cool. I like the art style. I think it's fun.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. We'll never see another one of those ever again. I have to assume.
Oh, yeah.
There was like a brief run where Ubisoft was doing, or Ubisoft or Bubisoft or whatever. They did Origins, Rayman Origins, Legends. They also had Child of Light and Valiant Hearts. I don't know if all of those are connected, but I associate that with like a short run of interesting Ubisoft games.
Sure, that makes sense.
Will never happen again. But yeah, that's all I got. Anything you want to add about, like? Okay,
well, I saw the year 2013, and I was like, oh, maybe that was when A Crack in Time came out. Because I was trying to think, what was I even playing then? Probably Skyrim and Ratchet and Clank and things like that. Yeah, and then I looked it up, and the release date for A Crack in Time is 2009.
Yeah, 2009 was my guess.
Like, oh. Yeah, so I don't really, yeah.
Enter the Nexus would have been...
Okay, I played that, like, right when it came out. But yeah, 2013 was probably, how old would I have been? 15? I was 15? 2013? Okay, so I would have been having anxiety attacks over learning how to drive. And also playing Skyrim. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on the podcast before, but...
On the pod.
On weekends, this is what sort of like obsessive weirdo freak of a gamer that I was in high school. On weekends, I would get up at like 5 or 6 in the morning just because I was that excited to sit down and play Skyrim.
Yeah, dude, me too.
Play it all day.
I mean, it was all of us. It captured us.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were in college or younger, well, maybe a cutoff at a certain point, maybe like college to our age, honestly, you were just like hooked
obsessed
on Skyrim.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Enter the Nexus, not enter. I kept saying enter. It's Into the Nexus.
Yeah.
Came out in 2013 as well. It's interesting because that game I felt like got slept on because of its late release date. Actually, that came out November.
It's also not very long.
So this
it's a really short game.
Mm-hmm. This might have come out after Last of Us.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Let me do a little quick check. Yeah, this came out after The Last of Us.
Okay.
So I guess it was not the last release. Let's move on to our time and history with this particular series. So as far as Naughty Dog goes, or like modern Naughty Dog, so like Uncharted onward, I've played through all Uncharted games that were released for the PS3, so not Uncharted 4. After that, I tried jumping into The Last of Us Remastered. I did like a marathon of those games, and I was like, let's do Last of Us. And it just did not click with me at first. Like, I was just completely turned off by it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why that was, because like even going back to it, I'm not really sure why that was. It's, I guess Uncharted is like a more forgiving shooter, and this is like a stealth.
Yeah, I think it was the
type
stealth
thing.
Yeah, the stealth and the resource management for me. I was like, oh, you mean I have to like not just go in balls to the wall and like not like empty my gun at every enemy and I have to be smart? You want me to be smart right now? No.
Yeah, it just didn't make sense to me at the time, so I put it down. What I actually did was I had long known the plot of The Last of Us because I grew up with, I say this, I had a PS3. I just didn't buy it or play it. I was mainly an Xbox 360 boy. So out of curiosity, I like watched a playthrough of The Last of Us. So I had long been like aware of the story beats and stuff. So I kind of knew it, but it had been a long time. The first like Last of Us game I played was the second one. So I jumped into part 2. I want to say like 2023. Probably during the podcast I've talked about it or something.
I think you might have.
Yeah, I think I probably did. And then I found out that they were remaking The Last of Us shortly after. to like kind of coincide with the release of the show. And that's whenever I jumped into the first game, because the remake brings it much more in line with the second, as far as like gameplay systems, UI and stuff, and just the general like feel. And I like that version a lot more. I'm currently playing both for this like retrospective. And yeah, I definitely vastly prefer the remake over the remaster. Yeah, Morgan, what about you?
I've always been, I guess, a Crash girly, but always when it came down to like Spyro versus Crash, I was always on the side of Spyro.
Mm-hmm. So you claim to be a Crash guy, and then you leave him as soon as purple dragon shows up.
Dragon, yeah. And then I played a decent bit of Uncharted 3.
Oh yeah.
And it just kind of wasn't my thing. I don't know. It was like one of those things that like I had heard about where everyone was like, "Oh, Uncharted is like one of the best series on the PS3, blah blah blah." So I picked up, the third one, probably because it was like super cheap at GameStop or something, and then I was like, I want to go back to Skyrim.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, it just I get it. They're fun. I gotta say, I think the second one is my favorite. I played
Uncharted?
I played the third one, and I was just kind of like, eh. And the first one's also kind of like, eh. But it's like fun, and it goes down easy, so it was like, whatever.
I don't know. For whatever reason, it just didn't speak to me, and I can't even like remember enough to say like why. And then The Last of Us, I guess, okay, we've talked about before, and we also talked about in our original recording of this podcast episode. Yes. So I'm getting like triple deja vu here. But I am a contrarian. I cannot help it. It is in my blood. I just have a knee-jerk reaction to certain things where it's like, it feels like the rest of the world has a gun to my head and they're like this thing. Everybody else likes it. You would like it too. Give it a try. Come on, hop in.
Yes.
Join us. And it feels like really like no one is ever being like hostile or weird about it. But in my mind, it feels hostile where I'm like, get out of my business. You cannot make me. It's like reverse psychology where I'm like, keep this thing away from me. I don't want to know about it. I'm tired of hearing about it. So like everyone and their mother is like, "Oh, The Last of Us, one of the best narrative experiences games of all time, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, shut up and leave me alone. So, and I will be fighting that internally through this whole episode. Just Morgan, so you know, I'm trying my best.
I dropped a little thing in the recording channel.
Yes.
This is you when you receive a recommendation.
I am that little penguin with his arms crossed. Yes.
Yeah. I get it. So like I'm totally a contrarian too. I just don't receive as many recommendations as you. Everyone's wanting you to play something. Everyone wants a piece of you. Everyone's got suggestions for how you should spend your time.
I guess.
They just see you sitting over there and you're like, she doesn't look like she looks like she's looking for something to do.
Right.
Let me help her out.
Where I have like, I kind of talk about it a little bit, but I do have like these other like creative endeavors like constantly on the back burner. And I'm like swapping around between like work and this and the podcast. And everyone's like, what if you also did all of these other things too, please? Could you do that for me?
Yeah.
And then get back to me about it. And I'm like, I'll try.
90% of the time, if I recommend you something, it's because there's just like one minor scene that I want you to see and have the context for, so I can go, yeah, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's all I got. I mean, I just thought it was pretty cool. I just wanted to, yeah. I'm glad you spent 30 hours watching that.
Oh my God. Well, Sage will kind of do that to me, except he will not bother. He won't be like, no, you need the context for this. He will put something on the TV and spend like 10 minutes like scrubbing through a YouTube video trying to find this specific like thing to show me that lasts all of like 10 seconds. And then he'll be like, yeah, that's all I wanted to show you. And I'm like, okay, why did... All right. So I deal with this on the regular is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Don't know why, but
I don't know. We like to recommend you things. What can I say?
Actually, no, wait. It is maybe coming back to me a little bit. I think maybe it's because I do have strong reactions to things.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
I've said that before. That's my theory.
Okay.
I don't know. We just value your opinion more. I don't know what it is.
Well, here I am. It's my burden.
It's your burden to carry.
I bear it not very well, but sort of.
And that's fine.
Yeah. Anyway. So basically, my history with Last of Us is watching everybody else enjoy it from a vast distance away through a pair of binoculars and just seething for no reason.
Yeah, I gotta say the contrarian thing really comes down to who's the first person to tell me about something and do they annoy me.
Oh, interesting.
You know?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
That's dangerous.
Or like, am I in a mood?
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it is the mood.
I could totally be introduced to something in like at the right time and at the wrong time, and that's going to color my perception of it for the rest of my life.
That's true. I do understand that very well.
You know, if like Donald Trump rolls out and he's like, I love The Last of Us. Like,
everybody, you should play this game. It's
Joel
the
and
best.
Ellie.
It's the greatest.
Joel and Ellie. I love Joel. Such an American hero. The Second Amendment, folks.
Oh my God. I'm already getting mad.
This is why we need the Second Amendment.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'd be like, all right, I don't love The Last of Us anymore, guys. It's over. So yeah, it's that. I don't know. Like, I'm not super plugged into the internet. I'm not plugged into internet spaces that are full of people I don't like. So I don't normally get my contrarian, hat out, but I am deeply a contrarian. And right now I'm being a contrarian to you.
Right.
Because you are being a contrarian and I'm being an anti-contrarian.
Sure.
At the moment.
And I'm just digging my heels in farther. Just subconsciously. I'm just,
Mm-hmm. And if you were being a contrarian to me, we would be stuck in a never-ending cycle.
Yeah.
And maybe that's actually what we're in right now.
Probably. Maybe a little bit.
Anyway,
but we're both being so amicable right now.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I respect it.
Okay.
Anyway, just wanted to share this Game Informer cover. I had this fucking magazine. Were you ever subscribed to
yes.
GameStop Plus or
yeah, I think
whatever?
Whatever that was. Yeah, so
whatever
I would get Game Informers.
Scammed into, yeah. Yeah, I would get Game Informers all the time.
It was my dad's money, so I didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't my money either. It was also your dad's money. Somehow he let me get GameStop. But yeah, we'd get the Game Informer stuff. So I had this Last of Us magazine. I'll flash a picture on screen for the video people, but it lives in my head. There's like a 12-month span of Game Informer magazines that I had. And I don't know what happened to them. I would be mildly interested in finding them if they're like still at my parents' house by some grace of God. But they might be fun to like thumb through. It's like, what was happening in gaming in 2012, 2013 time? So I don't know. So yeah, Morgan, what are you doing for this episode? Like, how are you preparing? How are you playing with the game? What's which version? All that.
I am playing the PS5 version. I do not know the difference between the versions.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so like I said, sitting on the couch, gun to my head, getting through it.
The remake, I assume, is what you're playing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I started with the remake, like I mentioned, because that's what I had, but through like PS Plus stuff, I had access to the PS4 remaster, and I started playing that one as well. So I'm currently playing a standard new game on the PS4 remaster, so the original version, and I'm playing New Game Plus on the PS5 remake. And that's basically just like you don't keep your weapons, you unlock them at the same time as you would in the story, but you keep all the upgrades on them. And like all the like pill upgrades and stuff. So you're much more well equipped going through it. It's much more leisurely. But yeah, let's get into some very important questions. Now, Morgan, I left this one the same because it's just, I don't know, it's important, it's very relevant, and I forgot what we said the first time, so it's like a brand new question to me.
Okay.
Now, Morgan, brick or bottle? You can only save one.
I can only save one. So I remember having this discussion the first time around, and the point that I made, or how I was like, sort of like justifying what I was using and when in the game, is I was like, brick is good for throwing at people, hit them in head, do a lot of damage. Mm-hmm. Bottle is good for make big noise, distraction.
Yeah, that's
even
definitely
though I don't think there's a
too.
Mechanical difference.
I legit would be surprised if there was.
Yeah.
I have to assume many people assume that what you're describing is the case, even if they're like aware of like gaming enough to be like, actually, there might not be any difference. The feel is like the important part. Like, you throw the bottle and it shatters, and you're like, that was louder, so it should attract things. You throw the brick and it feels heavier. You're like, that should do more like damage. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you. But Morgan, I mean, which one? You only have a slot on your holster for some reason for one brick or one bottle. Can you imagine Joel just walking around with like an empty 6-pack in his back, just bottles jangling around?
Right. I was going to say, there is something to me that is really funny about throwing a brick at somebody.
Yeah.
Like, it just speaks to me. Don't know why. So I'm going to say brick.
First of all, real quick, can you imagine how fucked up you would get if someone just hurled a brick at your dome?
That would be very bad. That would hurt so bad.
You gotta have decent aim. You know, like Joel's throwing this thing like kind of like, you know, he's behind cover, he just kind of like hook shots.
Lobbing it. Yeah.
Yeah, just like smacks him right in the head. It's pretty accurate. But yeah, that'd fuck you up so bad.
It would.
like I remember I was jumping between Spider-Man and The Last of Us, I think. And there's like certain moves in Spider-Man where you like grab like a manhole cover, swing it around, and then smack someone over the head with it.
Oh my God, you're killing them.
I know. And it's like in my Last of Us brain, I'm like, their head is no more.
Right.
But because it's Spider-Man, they're just like, oh, they got like stars and stuff around their head. They're like, oh, you got me, Spider-Man. Meanwhile, in Last of Us, his head would be completely caved in.
Right.
And his family would probably have watched it. Because that's The Last of Us.
Right.
Anyway, I'm picking a brick.
Yep. Okay.
Actually, the balance to the... I was going to say bottle to the universe. Balance to the universe, I'm picking the bottle. I like the bottle.
I mean, I was going to say, there is also something comedic about hitting someone in the head with a bottle, too.
Yeah, can you imagine just being on patrol doing your, like, programmed loop?
And it's like, what the heck?
Yeah. Honestly, that'd fuck you up, too. Everything would fuck you up.
That's true.
Yeah. Man. Tough times. Anyway. All right. This question is a little bit altered from the last time. All right, Morgan. The zombie apocalypse is here.
Oh, no.
I was going to say we each pick 3. Fuck it. We're in this together.
Oh.
It's a team of 5 now.
Oh.
We have to come together and pick 3 video game characters that we think would help us survive the longest. Anyone come to mind right away? And is his name Leon S. Kennedy?
Yeah, I was going to say Leon.
All right, so that one's out of the way. We can. That's the neutral pick.
But like, would he actually be that helpful though?
He would. You know.
You know what? I deserve. Never mind.
What?
I was going to say I deserve to have a boy toy around.
Oh my God, Leon. I don't know about that.
I don't think Leon would be interested. I don't think he would like me, but that's okay. Anyway, Leon, I'm down. I was also thinking Reinhardt
from Overwatch. Okay, that's based.
Right?
That is,
because it's like you have the shield and then just fucking going to town with that hammer. We could
and that hammer requires
anything.
No ammo.
Yes.
You know? You're good.
Right.
No reloading, no, oh no, I'm low on, ammunition, 9mm ammo or anything like that. He could swing that hammer for days.
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let me help us.
Okay.
We agreed on that neutral Leon pick.
Right.
And
I was thinking it might be nice to have someone with like medical knowledge.
See, I was going a similar route. I was like food, like.
Yeah, food. Yeah.
Okay. So, how about, and I don't know if this counts. It's a character. Are there any characters in Farming Simulator?
In Farming Simulator,
like on the cover of the game, I only see the tractor. And if I have to just settle for the tractor, I'll take the tractor.
The tractor. Sorry. Okay. Now I'm thinking. Hold on.
Who's some famous farmers in video games?
The Stardew Valley protagonist.
I was thinking Stardew Valley too, but I don't know.
That sounds kind of lame. And I don't know if they'd be actually good at. I don't know.
Also a weird lineup. We got Reinhardt, Leon, and the pixelated like little Stardew Valley man.
Right.
What about like Animal Crossing? Is there any farmers in that? I mean, honestly, no one does really shit in Animal Crossing. No. They're not the busiest individuals.
Who's out there like busting their ass?
No one. They're just kind of loitering. They spend all day loitering.
Is there anyone who has like magic to grow things?
Ooh, yeah, like a wizard perhaps.
Yeah.
Or a healer.
Because a wizard might also know healing magic. What?
A healer. What about Yuna?
Oh, yeah, Yuna from Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? And she can also do summons.
Yeah.
And you can ride on the back of like Valifor or Valefor. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that first summon's name, but that would be really handy.
Kind of hot. I mean, if you get your boy toy, then
then
I deserve someone too. Fair is fair.
Right. Okay, yeah, let's go Yuna. Oh, that is such a strange lineup. Well, right. Yuna can heal Reinhardt and Leon and us and...
Dude, we have DPS, tank, and healer. I mean...
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we did a good job.
And then we have us.
And then we're providing fucking nothing. Moral support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're like the child in the apocalypse that they have to take care of.
Oh, could you tie my shoes?
I'm bald. I'll just say I have cancer, like please, good-hearted people, please take care of me. I don't know about you.
I have no marketable skills for this sort of scenario. I have none whatsoever, so I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel like Leon. Actually, no. I feel like so. I was going to say the good thing about the three people that we picked is they are all very driven to help civilians in their respective worlds as well. Yes, so they probably have some sort of moral obligation to help us already right off the bat.
That's right. I think honestly, this is maybe the best lineup you could pick.
Hell yeah.
Much better than our video game Mount Rushmore, I think. Lara Croft and fucking Minecraft Steve.
I forgot about that.
All right. Now, I left this one, and this one's the same as last time, Morgan. Would you say you're more of a sad dad or an irreverent teenage daughter? That's what I asked, and I can't remember what you said.
So my problem is that when I was a teenager, I was not irreverent.
Really? You were reverent?
Yeah, maybe. And I would still say that I don't think I'm particularly irreverent.
That's true. I'm
very earnest about my interests and things. So I guess I would say by default, sad dad.
Personally, I identify more as an irreverent teenage daughter.
Okay, of course. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sure.
Not even for the balance aspect, just generally.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm not a sad dad, guys. I'm an irreverent teenage daughter. That's just who I am.
With a beard.
Wisecracking, making light of the situation. That's me.
Yeah.
So.
No, actually, that makes sense. That's valid.
That's it. So, in the Photoshop, we don't show our faces, but it's my face on Ellie and your face on Joel. That's
I actually really like that. I think that's really funny.
All right, so that's everything. It's
can I still be kind of shredded like Joel?
Is he shredded?
Well, he's more muscular than I am.
I don't know if we ever get to see Joel shirtless. I'm just gonna type this in real quick. Shirtless. I almost said shitless.
Oh my god, you're gonna get something weird.
Especially if I type in shitless Joel, like I almost did. Oof. I mean, according to this, he's shredded.
Okay, well.
He's also fucking packing Jesus. Oh, no.
Oh, well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say be careful because you're getting close to a certain rule of the internet.
Yes, I am. All right. So, that's that. You got anything else you want to add? Do you have any important questions for me?
No, I don't.
Feel free.
I only have unimportant questions.
If you ever want to ask, I mean. All right. Let's get into the story recap. So, we start with this like 15-minute-ish. Oh, I guess before we get into that, I'm not even paying attention to my own goddamn notes. Let's talk about the title screen, because I like the title screen quite a bit. This was my desktop wallpaper for a few years, because I'm like, this is cool. I like this. My aesthetic, not my aesthetic, but an aesthetic that I really enjoy is urban decay. I'm really into just the look of The Last of Us. With like it's very like lush, vibrant green with like concrete and just dilapidated buildings and, you know, like torn cloth and flags and all that stuff. Chipped paint. Oh, yeah. It's really good. I don't know what is so appealing. Yeah. I don't know what's so appealing about that to me. Maybe it's heavily influenced by The Last of Us, but the title screen is just this nice little encapsulation, I think, of The Last of Us. It sets the tone, I think, nicely. You hear this little guitar in the background. It's very somber, hopeful at the same time. It's just little pitter-patters with like long stretches of just drone sort of silence-ish. We're just kind of holding on the static shot of a window from the inside of a building. A gentle breeze kind of like blowing these tattered curtains, blinds. And we see like nature kind of like overtaking and, you know, branches pushing back through the glass on this window. And in the PS5 version, I noticed tiny difference, maybe insignificant. We have Ellie's little switchblade just kind of posted up right in the little windowsill. In the PS4 version, I noticed that is not there. So there's that. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's soothing, somber, depressing, hopeful, a lot of weird emotions. The music, I think, is very like impactful to the tone and emotions that I feel in the game too. I don't know if it like jumped out to you or anything. And yeah, did anything in this opening section jump out to you, or did you just hit start and jump right into it, Morgan?
Well, I distinctly remember being in a bit of a contrarian mood when I opened up the game. I do remember thinking like, oh, is this going to be one of those opening screens that changes as the game progresses?
No.
Like it would have been interesting if like the first time you open it, it shows like maybe like an active, like normal-ish looking neighborhood outside, and then post the intro, if you open up the screen again, then it's like the vine overtaking the window, and then maybe as you progress through the game, maybe the weather changes, or I don't know. I just didn't know if it was going to do that. Neat. I don't think it does.
The second game does that.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, no, that's kind of like what I thought. I was like, oh, what does this mean, and will I see a change? As it left me with questions. I think good questions.
Not bad questions. Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely doesn't like give its like show all its cards in any like overly overt way to the player right off the bat, which I think is probably good. I don't know.
Like on the topic of like the visual identity that it's setting up, I'll just take this opportunity to discuss the UI elements and stuff, because I in playing like the second game first, and the second game has more in common with the remake of Last of Us Part 1 than the actual original first game. The first game has like much more like grungy look to the UI elements. Morgan, if you could scroll down real quick to the some of the pictures I included. These are little screenshots from the first game, like how it presents stuff, and you can kind of see it's kind of like this like grunge sort of like grayish. It kind of has
like a smeared like drop shadow behind it.
It feels more appropriate for the time, but Maybe it is more. I could definitely understand someone like preferring this look for Last of Us UI. I personally really like the really simplified, minimalist look of Part 2 and the remake Part 1. It's just like stark white, completely minimal, like unobtrusive UI elements for like button prompts, menus. Mm-hmm. Also, it's like a lot faster to navigate through stuff. It's a little clunky in the first game. I think the second game streamlines it in a good way. And visually decluttering it as well is, I don't know, I like it. I initially thought that this game had a similar UI style to the second game, and I was going to blame it for inspiring like the trend of very minimal and bland modern UIs across like all games, but I guess I can't really blame it for that because I don't think it really did it. So there's that. Oh yeah, another like artistic choice that I notice is there's a lot of like hard cuts to black, and that's something that I really enjoy in media. I don't know if that's like a weird pretentious like take or like stylistic choice that I enjoy, but they don't do like transitions. There'll be like a moment of intense action or like a resolution to a conflict. Not much will be discussed. We're going to hard cut to something else. There's a profound lack of exposition for the main character in like a time skip that will happen. And we just kind of roll into it. The game doesn't bother to explain it to you. You don't really ever leave the main character's point of view either. You just kind of linearly progress through the story. I enjoy it. It makes the story feel smaller and like focused, and just like you're experiencing the events of these two people at this time. You can infer what you want about like what has taken place prior, but it's not going to be spoon-fed to you. The show veers from this a little bit, providing more exposition, which is sometimes interesting and sometimes like too much or too handholdy or something like that. But yeah, also, hey, we didn't talk about the show in the like our history with this stuff, but you've seen the first season, right?
So Sage watched it, and I sort of like passively
I gotcha.
Absorbed some of it while doing other things in the background.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm personally not a huge fan of either season. I think that the first, just quick thoughts. I think the first season spends too little time on Joel and Ellie's relationship. And I think that time spent on their relationship is like pivotal for like the actions that take place at the end of the game. And also the progression of how the characters feel about each other at certain points. It just didn't work for me because it was very like short run of episodes, and they chose to spend time away from Joel and Ellie too often, I felt like. Like with Bill's episode, and then with like the Left Behind episode with Ellie and Riley. It's like, I don't know if we should have done that. We should have just had more time with the main characters, because in my head, that's the whole point of the story.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was them trying not to like rehash things from the game too much. Like
that's
maybe
fair.
I don't know.
But also, I don't know. I get that it's not as simple as saying like just tell a different story.
Yeah.
But because that doesn't get approved. I get it.
Right.
Like I understand, but yeah. It's I feel like the product is not as strong as the game. Like the show is not as strong as the game, but anyway. Got anything to add to UI / hard cuts to black?
No, I think I like the hard cuts to black because I feel like it's not like wasting our time with a lot of downtime between stuff.
It's also like really harsh, and I feel like that's like tonally appropriate.
Yeah, and it I would say the way that they utilize it helps keep up like player interest, because like when one of those cuts happens, it's like, okay, well now where are we and what are we doing? Like you're already like that, like primes you to be like engaged with whatever is like going on next. So like, I think that's good. It's
like the way that life gets snuffed out so fragrantly and often in this game. It's just like, yep, we're just moving on from scene to scene. We're not lingering in any way. There's no like time for mourning or time to like process what has happened. We're just on to the next And yeah, I think that is it's fitting. It'd be weird to have just like a star wipe after, Joel's daughter gets murdered.
A Star Wars transition.
Yeah.
Like the PowerPoint slides.
Yep. Yeah. Oh my God. Like the curtains. Just
right. Yeah.
Yeah, getting into the actual game, we open with a scene between Joel and his daughter Sarah. It's kind of just like a long series of cutscenes before we get into actual gameplay stuff, which I'm sure Morgan.
I was fucking chomping at the bit. I was like, put me in control now.
Give me a fucking gun, god damn it. Yeah. Honestly, time to like actually having a weapon or agency or something to do.
I was going crazy. I was starting to go a little bit batty. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you run around and shit, but
yeah, no, literally, give me a fucking gun.
It's honestly just like moving through a cutscene, so it's...
Yeah.
I get you, but as someone who... I get that. I love, like, gameplay-heavy games, but I also am down for, like, a completely story-heavy experience, like a Walking Dead, a Telltale game, or something like this, where it's, like, splitting the difference a little bit. But...
yeah.
But that's besides the point. So we open with Joel and his daughter, Sarah. We see that Joel's a single dad. They're kind of like lower economic status. No mom in the picture. We don't really get clarification on whether or not that's divorce, death, something else. I remember like in the section where you can snoop around the house, just like looking for something. Like, can I find like
any hint of a woman's touch?
Yeah,
in this house.
A woman's touch.
Yeah.
That's funny. I should have looked for something like that. Like, oh, there's more than one trash can.
I see there are flowery curtains over here. I wonder who put those up.
Yep. Yeah. But I was looking for like pictures and stuff. I'm like, would they have put any hint into this or anything? I feel like that adds to what I was saying earlier, where it's like, they don't tell you because you don't need to know.
Yeah. No, I think that's fine. I'm fine with that.
That's fine. But yeah, we have a brief cutscene between Joel and Sarah where Sarah gives Joel a birthday present, which is a repaired watch that he had. Sarah acquired this by selling drugs, hardcore drugs, which I really like. That's the line that like sticks in my head for some reason, because it's like very the southern accent is very strong for that one.
Where did you get the money for this?
Drugs. I sell hardcore drugs.
Drugs. I sell hardcore drugs.
Drugs. I sell hardcore drugs. Yeah. It's great. So Joel's like a construction contractor, something. I don't know exactly what profession, but yep, comes home late. It seems to be like that is the norm. What's your first thoughts on this relationship that they're setting up between Joel and his daughter?
So I have probably explained this before. I am a child of divorce. and neither one of my parents ever remarried, so I had a lot of one-on-one time with my mom and with my dad. Like I got the single parent experience with both parents.
Right.
So I do actually have a big soft spot for like dad and daughter relationships. And like single dads and like the sort of like funny, like jokey back and forth that comes with that. And like I thought this, depiction felt like pretty genuine and like true to life, and I liked it.
That's a good point. It's a good little insight too. That's what I imagine it would be. I imagine dads struggle to take things seriously, so it's probably just a lot of bullshitting, joking around.
Kind of. Well, it's not that, I don't know. It's not that like they struggle to take things seriously, more like, I don't know how to explain it. Relationships with dads are just a little bit different, I guess.
Yeah.
More likely to be jokey, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. To me, this relation, I don't know if it's like, I guess, I was going to say a mother. You're a woman.
I do have a fur baby.
Yeah, you got a fur baby. But to me, it's very easy to like put myself in, I don't know, the mindset of, I guess, Joel, where it's like, okay, I don't know. That's just, in this scenario, it's like who I guess, look to like insert myself into the story as, or see the story through his eyes. He's also the main character. So maybe that's just how it is. But it feels like a very like romanticized version of like the single dad daughter situation, like happy, fine, jokey, and there's not like much turmoil, and the daughter seems to look up to the dad, and it's all good. Yeah. Everything's happy. But that is to say, it did make me very quickly like care about both characters. I don't know if you felt the same way, but I felt like I was emotionally on board very quickly.
Well, so I forgot to mention this in the history with this game section, but you did buy me this game when we were in high school.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that.
I didn't play through the intro part way back then, so I knew what was already going to go down the second I met Sarah and Joel again. So I was like, well, better not get attached because I know what happens.
Yeah, that's funny. So yeah, I don't know if we mentioned that in the previous recording, but yeah, I bought you this game for your birthday in high school.
Yes.
Me and Claire, a little joint gift.
Yes.
I think it was like $40 for the PS4 version. I was like, this is fucking a slam dunk. Morgan's gonna eat this shit up. Because at the time, I was like on Xbox with all my boys and Morgan had a PS4. So
yes,
I was like, okay, I mean, she doesn't have The Last of Us. That's the fucking game to get.
That is the PlayStation game.
That's the PlayStation game to get. And Morgan doesn't have it for some reason. She must not know.
Which, to be fair, I don't think I really did. Like, I don't think I was paying like a ton of attention.
So I was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we gifted it to you, and how you played the intro and not much else, I guess?
I got to the part where you're definitely with Tess. I don't remember if Ellie is around at this point or not, but it's like that first like stealthy section where it kind of turns you loose and it's like, all right, throw bottles at the guys or like whatever. I was like, you mean I have to sneak around and think? No.
Was that the shipyard with like Robert?
I think so.
That's
I mean, I can like picture it in my mind. I just don't know what it's called.
So we're like talking first gameplay section. You're like, nah.
Oh yeah, like almost immediately. Yeah.
All right. Honestly, that's what I did too. So I get it.
Right. So. I just wasn't in the right mindset. That's my bad.
That's all right. I mean, I'll take the gift back if you don't want it.
I still probably have it floating around here. It might be on my shelf actually right now, but
you could have played that exact copy.
Yeah, I don't know where my PS4 is. I think it is buried in my closet somewhere that I don't.
The discs do go into the PS5.
Well, mine doesn't have a.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. I got one of the digital only.
I assumed that you had the disc one.
No. Nope. No, we bought we have two PS5s, which is kind of stupid. We probably shouldn't have two of them, but anyway. We bought them when they were still like really scarce. So we just went ahead and got the ones without the disc drives because.
Do you both have disc driveless?
Yes.
I swear Sage has a disc drive.
Nope.
No?
Nope. Because I'm playing on his PS5, not even my own PS5. Because he had it installed already, and it's like, okay, well, I don't have to wait. I'll just plug it in and go.
Yeah. I also got the discless PS5 because I didn't have any PS4 games, and based on how I was interacting with games on the Xbox One, I had like literally 5 physical games, and I was just like, yeah, this is not how I buy games anymore. I do buy physically for like all the Switch stuff, and that's mainly because I don't trust Nintendo's online ecosystem.
That's fair.
They constantly shut down their stores and like segment their purchases, so I'm like, I'm not ready to trust them yet. But yeah, with this, I was just like, I'll just buy everything digitally because that's how I do it.
Yeah.
And then games got very expensive, and I was like, maybe it would be nice to have the option to buy things used.
Exactly. Oops.
Yeah, oopsie daisy.
We're both stuck in that boat for now, so.
Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, Sarah falls asleep on the couch. Joel takes her to bed. We play as Sarah for this first section, and she wakes up from a phone call from Joel's brother Tommy, her uncle. Tommy sounded panic, asking to speak with Joel, but the phone cuts out before we can find out what's going on. So in this next section, we explore the house of Sarah. You look around the room, you see that she's into soccer, she's learning guitar. Most importantly, she has this dope-ass CRT TV. I was inspecting this for quite a bit. I have maybe, a few sentences actually dedicated to this innocuous bit of, set dressing in Sarah's room. But I see what looks like a VHS player and a DVD player stacked on top of one another. And this is probably a 24 incher. If I had to guess, maybe 2024, somewhere in that range, CRT. And
that looks about right.
It looks pretty sick. I'm noticing I don't quite see and maybe I just need to zoom in and enhance, but I got a screenshot right here. I don't quite see any games. I feel like there's a missed opportunity here, boys, to just have maybe like a... So I said Crash Bandicoot. I thought about that a little bit more deeply, and I'm like, I think that's a Universal thing, so...
Right. Oh, yeah,
right? Because like
hard.
Xbox owns it now, so yeah, it's not a Sony thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was with Activision, I guess, at some point, but not PlayStation, which is the important thing. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like when you're a first party studio making a first party situation, you know, why not have a little Sony label on the CRT? Why not have a little PlayStation 1 sitting off on the corner? Maybe Gran Turismo. Maybe she's a racer. Well, Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a Sony first-party game that they would own the rights to that she could be playing.
Yeah, nothing is coming to mind. Yeah, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
I don't know if they even own Spider-Man at that point.
No, well, actually, that's a good question. I think Spider-Man might just be more complicated.
Yeah.
But I'm saying this, I'm pretty sure that there is in Uncharted 4, I think there's a scene where they're playing Crash Bandicoot.
Cute.
I think so. So, I mean, they worked it out for that game. Big
if
true. Let me just look it up. Yeah, I see it. Nathan Drake's just sitting on the couch playing Uncharted. Nope. Crash.
Yeah, I was going to say Uncharted. What the heck?
Sorry. That's cool. I like that a lot. So, like, in the game, I'm pretty sure you see, like, PS3s scattered about, like, in destroyed apartments and stuff. So. Oh,
really?
Yeah.
But when is this set?
So, that's a good thing to bring up. The Outbreak in the game is 2013. So same time that the game released.
Okay.
The Outbreak in the show is inexplicably set in 2003.
Now why would you do that?
I agree. Now why would you do that?
Now why would you do that? Hey.
I don't remember what the reason was.
Okay.
Like at all. Like I that feels like a weird thing to decide to change.
It
was because they
back so that the time skip was in our
Yes. That's
year.
exactly
okay.
it. Yeah.
Well, that's stupid.
I agree. That's stupid. Because also there's like weird things where they make references to things that wouldn't have come out. Like I think they reference like a song
that annoys me
that wouldn't exist.
Yep.
if the world ended in 2003.
Oh, we wouldn't have a lot of things, huh?
No, we wouldn't have a lot. We wouldn't have a lot.
We'd have Ratchet and Clank 1.
Yeah, you're right.
And maybe 2.
Would we?
Depending on when the apocalypse happened.
Did that come out in 2003? Crazy.
It might have been 2004. We'd have Kingdom Hearts, the first one, which I think came out in 2002.
Yeah. November 11th, 2003. So I think we would have been missing it. This feels like a summer Outbreak.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It would have been in development, so there'd probably be like a working build somewhere.
In an office building, that's what I would be doing in the Last of Us universe, breaking into Insomniac headquarters, be like, where is it?
Finally, I found it.
Right.
There's no power.
Yeah, no.
All right. Yeah, so let's move on from the CRT. Did you poke around the house at all? I believe that I think there's like a couple things you can interact with. There's like a card that Sarah was going to give to Joel.
Yeah. It was so long ago that it's hard for me to remember.
No, you're good. There's also like a newspaper that has there's a weird thing going on that we don't quite understand.
Right.
Sort of headlined. And I think that's about it. So you like move from this into a section where you're just kind of like creeping through the house. And there's like a couple of like set piece things that happen. So the first of which is if you enter Joel's room, Joel's not there, but if you enter Joel's bedroom, you see that the TV is on and it's like a news reporter talking about like shit's going down. And then there's like an explosion that conveniently coincides with an explosion that you see just outside the window of Joel's bedroom. Not like just outside, like a ways away, but it's like framed together. So it's like the signal cuts off and then there's an explosion. And then from there, you're like roaming around. One of my favorite parts of this is you hear after that explosion, you hear this like dog bark continuing, like, because there's like shit happening and dogs outside just going like, what the fuck? Barking and all that. And as you get closer and closer to like the next, like, you know, trigger, basically, you hear like the dog yelp and then silence. Yeah. And I thought that was really nice. That nice little touch of like, oh no, now there's like this ominous silence as I'm getting closer and closer to danger, perhaps.
Yeah, I remember at this part, Sage was watching me play through like the intro sequence, and I remember walking downstairs and like slightly like jump scaring myself because I think you can see Sarah's reflection in the sliding door.
Yeah, and I think you can.
I feel like Joel says something to her, like, stay away from the door, and my dumb ass, I was like, no. So, like, I walked up to the door, I was like, hey, I'm not listening. And then this, like, the guy, like, crashes through the door, and I screamed. I was like, oh, my God. Completely forgot about that part from, like, my playthrough, like, years ago, and I was like, oh, shit.
That's great.
Yeah, so I just thought that was really funny.
Yeah. It's their neighbor who's, like, coming in, he's, like, all infected and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Joel kills him, which is a little bit of a shocking thing to be like, I just killed my neighbor.
Right.
I don't know. My daughter's right here.
Yeah.
I don't know quite what's going on, but Tommy pulls up soon after, and they hop into Tommy's truck and start to drive out of the city, or away from the city. They're not really in the city, but driving further away from, I guess, the population. They get like caught up in traffic and get funneled through this like small town. Oh, before that, a little event that happens is there's a family on the road. There's like a bunch of stuff that you see as you're like driving around. You're like Sarah in the backseat, just like looking at shit. There's like a barn on fire. And it's like, oh, we knew those people. I hope they're all right. And then you'll see like a family on the side of the road. I think they have a kid, like a mom, dad, kid situation. And Sarah and Tommy are like, we need to pull over and like check on them or help them or something. And Joel is the one who's insistent that you like keep driving and leave them. Which I think is just like a quick, like early insight into the differing moralities between these characters, Joel and Tommy in particular. Tommy's a bit more like trusting, open, eager to help, whereas Joel is like self-preservation of
foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. So yeah, they drive on based on what Joel has. Joel's also the older brother.
Oh, I don't think I knew that.
Kind of de facto leader situation. I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, how did you like this early section? How do you like Tommy?
Again, I'm struggling to remember that far back, but I think I was like, I mean, obviously it's a stressful situation, so it makes sense that people are acting kind of like maybe a little bit weird, but I kind of got the sense that their relationship was kind of strained in some ways. Like they don't always see eye to eye, which I guess, you know, makes sense if Tommy's the one who's like, we should do the right thing and help people, and Joel's like, fuck them. Yeah. I'm keeping my kids safe.
I think it's an interesting portrayed relationship because they seem really tight, but also like in a stressful situation, it's like they come together and they like know what to do, but also they don't, morally agree on stuff.
Like prone to disagreeing.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that the show does that I thought was a nice bit of like characterization is that it doesn't say this outright, but I think that Tommy has like a, some sort of like Iraq war, like a Desert Storm, like bumper sticker or something, which kind of paints them as like veterans, which I think is like an appropriate character building, like a, you know, an explanation for like why they're proficient with firearms, slightly more like hardened as like, I don't know, in these situations and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like that. That's obviously not a thing in the game, non-canon, but yeah. So we drive through this like small town, more populated area. Car gets T-boned. Sarah breaks her leg, and now we're playing as Joel carrying Sarah. Playing as Joel carrying Sarah through like the alleyways of the town. And the climax of this like first, the intro is Joel carrying Sarah reaches this like soldier who, you know, we're looking for to help, and then soldier gets orders to like murder these civilians, I guess. Yeah. It feels a little like cliche almost now. in some ways, but I don't know. Like the whole like, but
sir,
there's a child.
Right.
Yeah. In this little kerfuffle, Tommy intervenes and kills the soldier before he can murder Joel, but Sarah's fatally shot and dies in Joel's arms. It's a very sad scene.
It does make me cry. It has made me cry every time I've seen it.
Yeah, it's no good. It does
tug on the heartstrings.
Mm-hmm. The show is pretty like shot for shot faithful with this, but it throws in a little line where Joel like yells at Tommy to help him, but
yeah,
there's like nothing to be done, which I thought was nice.
Right.
I don't know if that was a little ad lib on Pedro Pascal's part, but who knows?
I will say, leading up to this section, there's a part where you like run by an overturned ambulance, and there's like a guy like crawling out of the back of an ambulance, and he's obviously, this did not register with me at the time, but obviously kind of like losing his mind because of the fungus or whatever, like he's infected. And I'm like jogging along with this kid in my arms, and I like tried to like turn around and like keep running backwards while keeping an eye on him, and he did murder me. That was my first death in the playthrough. Sorry, I mentioned this at a bad time. You're in the middle of taking a drink.
Yeah, just spit everything on my computer. Short circuit everything in the recording.
Yeah, no. Yeah. But yeah, so that was humiliating. And I think Sage was like, what did you do that for? I was like, I don't know. He seemed like he was having a hard time. I just wanted to keep an eye on him.
Yeah. You know, that's actually kind of brings up something interesting. When I'm playing like a story-based game like this, I feel like as the player, I'm attempting to like role play in sort of like that E3 demo kind of way where it's like, I'm trying to play the game exactly how they want me to. You know, it's like, I'm not like it's like I'm playing a part.
That's so bizarre though, because that's the exact opposite of what you do, like literally in every other situation.
I know, it's true. I don't know.
Like if you play a board game with Clayton, he will find ways to just ignore the rules and flub with the rules and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Never trying to win. I want to make that clear. I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to be a little bitch. I'm just trying to be chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quietly
So I'm
chaotic.
surprised that you didn't fall for the ambulance guy.
Yep. That's I'm moving forward as directed, you know?
Okay.
I'm taking these cues and I'm like, all right, this is what my character's meant to be doing.
This is a really cinematic way for me to move my camera as I'm running along this.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's exactly
the way the
what I'm
E3
talking about.
Demo guy would do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or I'm like, maybe Joel would like shoot this guy in the leg first.
Right.
And then now he'd go for the melee. You know, that type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, oh, he'd be stealthy for this part, but then this stealth section would fail and then he'd start going crazy. Yeah, exactly. So, one of the things that I actually noticed in playing both versions of the game is that the wrist, the watch on Joel's wrist, first of all, it's a really nicely framed end shot where Joel is holding his dead daughter, and you see the watch like in frame, the gift that Sarah gave Joel. In the PS5 remake, the watch is broken. In the PS4 version, this is the screenshot that I have in there. That does not look broken.
No, that does not look broken to me.
So
either.
I guess that was something that they maybe changed after the fact.
Or is it like a mistake?
I don't know. I don't know. It feels very like it would be very intentional for that to be the shot. You have the broken watch, because the broken watch stays with Joel. It's kind of like a semi-important item throughout the series.
Well, and like when I saw like the transition with the broken watch, I was like, oh, the watch is his heart. His heart is broken, and it stays broken because Sarah died. And then I think like Ellie makes a comment about it later on where she's like, your watch is broken. And he's like, I know. Or something
and he
holds
like that. Onto it. He keeps it with him. Yeah. I mean, it feels very symbolic, and I'm surprised that it was not broken in this shot initially. Seemingly. Maybe I have a cursed copy of the game and it was meant to be broken, but I'm just calling it like I see it. Also, I like kind of in writing the notes, they just have like a recording of the game that I played through. Just kind of like check up on stuff. This whole section's like 15 minutes, less than. It's pretty efficient, like storytelling. IMO.
It's efficient, but like I said, I was still like, where's my gun?
Where's my gun?
Where's my gun? If I had a gun, we wouldn't have had that issue with the soldiers, all I'm saying.
Well, we did. We gave it to Tommy, but yeah.
Tommy! No.
I should have kept my gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the Outbreak. I mean, anything we want to add before we move on?
Second Amendment rights.
Second Amendment rights.
That's why Second Amendment rights are important.
This whole outbreak could have been avoided.
Right. Well, yeah, well, we'll see.
Anyway, so we jump to the title sequence immediately following, and we basically get a sequence that lays out the events that would unfold over the next 20 years as we jump into the future through like news reports, like radio messages, like.
Oh, sorry, I forgot you can see what I'm highlighting.
I thought you were trying to silently communicate something to me.
No.
You were just highlighting things on our Word doc. No, you're good. It's like you were pointing to it, but you were just reading it.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
That's my bad. I just totally forgot.
Anyway, yeah. So we learn about two factions basically. We have Fedra and the Fireflies. Fedra, from what I can gather, is a government-run organization. I do not know for sure if they are or aren't part of the U.S. government, or if they were initially and are no longer.
I mean, with it being Fedra, like Fed,
yeah,
that's how I made the connection. Maybe they're like the military, like martial law or something.
Yes, they do enact martial law in like a handful of U.S. cities.
Okay.
I believe that they run independently, though. I don't know if these federal organizations are all connected, because I don't believe that they adhere to one overarching governing body or something.
Okay, like they don't really answer to any central authority.
That's my read on it. I might be wrong.
Okay.
Because it seems like certain federal organizations operate differently as we go through the story. And some are like fallen completely, like some have been overthrown and some are hanging on to various degrees. Yeah. So I don't know. But at the same time, I could see like some sort of trade routes and, I don't know, supplies being given between different organizations to kind of like, I don't know, help maintain power for everybody. But I don't know for sure. But the Fireflies are a resistance group that are not exclusively in Boston, but stem from Boston, because like they have Fireflies like across the country seemingly, but
yeah,
the leader is in Boston. So okay. I don't quite know. It's honestly hard to get a read on how big and impactful the Fireflies actually are, because yeah.
And I also had questions like, how do they stay connected? What's even their goal?
I don't know. Like, how do you stay connected? Radio?
Yeah. Well, do they have like power in these areas? I think they do, right?
They do. Yeah. I think radio. That sounds right.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, the Fireflies, like, primary, like, tenet, they're like a violent extremist group, but their message, their thing is they want a reinstatement of all branches of U.S. government, which is kind of like a cool, like, I don't know, like demand. I don't know. Something about that is kind of fun to me. And yeah, that's basically the setup. So any early thoughts on like what we understand of the Fireflies and Fedra in this? No. Yeah, so post time skip Joel, 20 years in the future, like we said, but we're now living in Boston in an area that is under Fedra control. I kind of dig, as we mentioned before, the lack of exposition. It's like Joel is here he was in Texas in the beginning. He is now in Boston. We don't know what led him here, but he's here. That's just how it goes. You'd think that in an apocalypse you kind of stay put, but for some reason this man has made it all the way out to Boston. Quite a distance. But yeah, we get introduced to his partner Tess. They're both kind of, seedy smugglers. Just kind of make a living doing shady shit, seemingly. We get introduced to Tess after she's been roughed up by just a couple of men that were sent after her by someone named Robert. And we retaliate and go to kill Robert. I mean, this is like not a crazy amount of like, I don't know who Robert is. It's just like, we're just kind of going at this point.
Or like what she was doing and why he did that.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, let's just go murder somebody.
Sure.
Just how it is. Robert's not even very important after we find him, but, it's... I don't know. In my mind, it's not like a super compelling start, but it is a start. I feel like the intro, the Outbreak is very strong. This first Boston section doesn't like grab me deeply or motivate me. I guess
it's probably just to show you like, here's where the world is now. Mm-hmm. Here is your average day in this new world.
Yeah. It's like we have that sort of very catchy opening, but then we have to spend a little bit of time getting set up for like the Joel and Ellie situation, which happens fairly quickly, but
it does.
This first section with Robert is just kind of like, whatever. The world's kind of interesting. I mean, like, I'm a big fan of these like smuggling routes. Like, to me, there's something very cozy about those. They remind me of like the sewer system in like TMNT or something, where there's just like little secret passageways and these tunnels and stuff. And it's like, ooh, I'm safe.
I don't know if I would call a sewer cozy.
I would call a sewer cozy. Let me just pull up real quick. Let me just pull up TMNT hideout.
Okay. Yeah, the sewer hideout is cozy. The tunnels themselves, like where there's like raw sewage and stuff floating around, I was like, I don't know about that. But the hideout, yes, I will give you that. That is cozy.
Well, it's, you take the good with the bad.
That's true.
You don't get to the hideout without going through the stinky passageway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. All right. We see the gear reflected on our character. That's kind of nice. I feel like, honestly, this game is maybe one of the more realistic takes on, like, Joel is holding everything. Because, like, you're very limited on, like, how much ammo and stuff you can pick up. So it's like, you have a backpack, and it's like, you could probably realistically only hold that much stuff. It gets a little...
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It gets a little gamey whenever you have, like, multiple long guns. All the
weapons.
Yeah. Once you start having, like, I have a shotgun, a rifle, a bow and arrow, a flamethrower, spoilers, an assault rifle, spoilers. It's like, I guess you can't quite fit all of this in there. Yeah, so we are headed to Robert, but there is a Firefly-sponsored bombing of one of the checkpoints that they have set up. So checkpoint is shut off, and we have to get to Robert a different way, so we're going through all the smuggling routes. There is an onslaught of Give Me a Boost sections, which I'm sure just thrilled you.
I was going a bit crazy here as well because, like I've talked about before, I don't even remember what episode this was, but the Final Fantasy VII remake, all of the little buffer sections between like areas of the level where it's like, let's slowly shimmy through this crevice here. I'm like, I'm gonna go crazy. What do you mean I have to sit here and watch this painful ass, slow ass animation?
Painful ass, slow ass. Yeah.
Right. Which, I mean, it's to disguise loading screens, and I don't know. I was sort of like, maybe it's thematically relevant. Like, we need each other to survive out here. Mm-hmm. Teamwork. Don't you feel attached to this Tess lady for pulling you up these vertical gaps? And I'm like, I guess.
You can make an argument for that stuff. You can make an argument that it's like pacing. Right. But we do know that in reality, this is like a sort of just more creative way to hide the game's like loading and unloading of areas.
Yeah.
Which is hard for me as a critic. Like, how do you parse this in your head? Like, when critiquing a game, it's like, this is a, like, maybe one of the more creative solutions for the time. It's like a creative solution for like a hardware limitation.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have this same problem now. The PS5 and
right, and but now
consoles.
we're stuck with that solution.
Yeah, but like going forward, it's like, okay, if this was just a loading screen, it would just load faster now. Like, if they stuck with the boring solution, it would actually be better now. But because they did this sort of like more creative thing for the time,
immersive,
immersive thing, it's permanently limiting us.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, and like I don't know because I don't know what the right answer is. I guess maybe there doesn't have to be a right answer. Maybe we can just let it be. But yeah, I mean, like now I just kind of see them as like so like to me it's like maybe to the average player they don't even like register this, but to me it's like, oh, they're just hiding a loading screen. Well, gee, I just wish it was like a instant like jump cut sort of a I don't know.
And but cynical side of me could also say that it's just elongating the playtime. Yeah,
like padding.
Yep. I don't know. They want the reviews to say about 13 to 14 hours as opposed to 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's like a important like number for people considering buying the game. So
yeah.
So we start to get a little bit of information on the different types of infected and the sort of in-game lore reason for what creates them. There's like a pamphlet somewhere that you can pick up that's like, I think it says 4 types of infected. I don't know if you saw this, but there's runners, clickers, stalkers, and then bloaters, but that's like scribbled out, I think. So the game has those 4 types. You don't see stalkers until later, but basically the progression lore-wise is how long the infection has had to like mutate and take over. So in the beginning, the like host still has like sight and sound to work with. So they can see you and they run after you, and they're not as strong, but they're wily, basically. And then the stalkers are weird. Spoilers for, I guess, when you run into them, but they like are stealthy and you basically can't use listening mode to detect them, and they'll try to like sneak up on you. Sorry, I know that's very very not exciting for you.
No.
Yeah, they'll like run away and like come back. It's terrible. I know. I'm
Haunting
sorry.
ground all over again.
I'm sorry. But the clickers are like the more iconic. That's like the iconic enemy from the game. I feel like it's it uses like echolocation, so it's making these clicking noises. It can't see you, but it can hear you, and they're stronger because they have like a thicker like infection on their head and body and stuff. The fungus is like spread and created like armor. So yeah, they're the ones that you can like walk in front of slowly and they won't see you. There's also the bloater, which we get to in Billstown, and we'll talk about then, because we're not supposed to know yet. You got to take it slow. Yeah. It's very video gamey, but I'm fine with it. Morgan, how do you feel about the infection hierarchy tier list thing?
I mean, I like the idea of like when a zombie becomes a zombie, it just doesn't stay your basic zombie the whole entire time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like that it's like the idea of having an infection that alters its like host over time is cool. And I guess I kind of wish that maybe more zombie media made a use of that. Oh, I think a decent amount. Well, at least maybe video games. Video games kind of do.
Well, video games are kind of begging for it, you know? They want the enemy types and stuff. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I was going to say, I mean, like you have kind of a similar thing in Fallout with like ghouls and feral ghouls and like different stages of feral ghouls almost kind of. But yeah, no, I like it. I think it's neat. And I like the mechanical differences. Like, yeah, it feels video gamey, but also like they've made like, because of those mechanical differences, the way you tackle them is different. So that makes for like a more interesting like combat situation to create with them.
You're reminding me about the like evolution of the zombies in this game. In other zombie media, they're spoilers for Walking Dead. I realize that by saying what I said, that's already kind of a spoiler, but I'm going to say moderate spoiler. Something that pissed me off about The Walking Dead. So in like the 11th season,
Oh, you told me about this before. Yes, but go ahead.
They just decide that because they're dumb. They're dumb zombies. They don't know how to like do things in smart ways in The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, they did in like the very first few episodes, and then they retconned that. They were like zombies like climbing, picking up rocks, and it was dumb. It was dumb. All dumb.
Yeah.
At the very end, 11th season of this shit TV show that I've watched the entire thing of, there's like a zombie that just like picks up a rock and just like uses it as like a tool basically to like bust down something.
And they're like, they're learning.
And they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And that's cool. But there was like 2 episodes left of this goddamn show. So I don't know. And it was not the new point. It was dumb. Anyway, yeah.
Well, sorry, not to like get us off track, but that also kind of reminds me of, so in the Fallout TV show, so in the Fallout universe, you have feral ghouls and you have like ghouls that have been around, some of them for centuries, and they just don't seem to go feral, or some of them go feral over time. And it seems to be like at a varying degree, like when someone goes feral. Mm-hmm. And in the TV show, they introduced this like drug that the ghoul character takes that possibly seems to keep him like sane or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people are kind of like, okay, well, but what are the mechanics of that? And does that apply to every ghoul? Because that would like complicate all of the other like already existing lore about ghouls if you suddenly introduce this drug that they have to take to stay sane or whatever. Mm-hmm. Or like prolong their sanity basically. And I guess my point in bringing this up is that, okay, if you're going to do this thing, you know, with these like zombie-like characters, at least just keep it consistent and like be mindful that you don't like fuck up your world building in the process.
It feels a little like who are you? Whenever you're like the guy who like comes into this long-running established franchise and be like, I'm going to develop a new lore thing that kind of fucks shit up.
Yeah, who do you think you are?
Yeah, like, come on, man. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Right. If the rules have been established for so long, and if you come in and you're like, I think this needs a little bit of more something, it's like, well, no, stop.
It's like if some dude, some random ass, like, I'm going to say right fielder for the LA Dodgers was like, I think we need to change the rules for baseball. It's like, what?
Right.
Come on, man. Just hang out there and catch the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing, the workstations, there's a section somewhat early on, I guess, where we get like our first like workstation upgrade. They're kind of sparse throughout the game, but you collect like nuts and bolts, you know, gun upgrading materials, and you reach a workstation and you lay down your rifle, your pistol, whatever on the table, and it's just this like very tactile like upgrade menu where you're like switching between the weapons. You go to make an upgrade, and Joel will like take like a hammer or like a set of pliers and like make a modification to it. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's actually really cool. Feels very good.
Yeah, I think with a game like this where you seem to have a relatively small-ish arsenal, like it's not like Fallout 4 where it's like you can make thousands of combinations of like different parts or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, no, I like the upgrade system. I think it's cool.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make any sense. Like you're like, all right, I want to upgrade my fire rate, and it just takes like a little microfiber cloth and just goes, all right, I upgraded my fire rate. But it's whatever. I don't need it to be like literal, but it feels good when he takes a little wrench and does something to it. So I like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we get to Robert. We find out he sold our guns that he owed us to the Fireflies, and then we kill him. And then Marlene just shows up. I thought that part was a little weird that she just shows up, but
it was weird, yeah.
Marlene just shows up, and she's the leader of the Fireflies. And she's like, listen, I can get you the guns that he gave to me that were owed to you if Joel and Tess agree to smuggle something out of the city. And that something is Ellie. Oh my God.
Baby Goral.
It's a Goral. Oh no, I'm not smuggling that thing out. So yeah, the reason that Marlene feels like coming to us is because Tommy was a former Firefly. They know that Joel is Tommy's brother, and that's why Marlene decides to trust Joel with this. Also, the Fireflies are kind of like dwindling. They're not doing great at the moment. Marlene is like kind of injured semi-severely. With something. And that's why they need to lean on just this random man.
And Tess.
And Tess. Tess is there too. So, yada, yada, yada. We escape the city, but we're quickly apprehended by Fedra. Scans the three of us, and then shit breaks. Shit goes crazy. Ellie like stabs one of them. And then
that did endear me to her greatly.
Yep.
I will say.
I mean, she knew what she had to do because the Fedra people have like this scanning tool that like I guess detects whether or not you carry the infection. So like if someone is caught like sneaking out, there's a scene that we see earlier on where there's like people who are caught sneaking outside the city. They scan them all. One of them's infected and they have to put them down. And it's like kind of ruthless, kind of cold, but it's like what they do. So they scan everybody, but Ellie stops them from killing her because she is infected. Joel and Tess like pick up the scanner after the fact, and they're like, "Oh my god, Marlene set us up! I can't believe this." And one of the cool things that I like about like how they portray Tess's character is how she seems like she's about to murder Ellie. Like she quickly like turns the gun on Ellie and is like, like gives her just a little bit of time to like start explaining. It's like, that's kind of cold blooded, just like being willing to like murder a 13-year-old kid. But I guess it's like who these people are. So they convince there's also shit going on. So they just decide to let it lie. But Ellie claims that she was bitten like 3 weeks ago, I think. 2 weeks?
2 or 3 weeks, yeah.
Something like that. And apparently they turn very quickly. But she has a bite that's just kind of just like stagnant.
It's kind of gnarly.
It's gnarly, but it's not like as bad as some of the other bites we see later on. So yeah, we move away from the Fedra area and we kind of get deeper into the city. There's just like a long stretch of like gameplay heavy sections as we move through like infected territory to get to the drop off point, which is like the Capitol building. And, you know, there's some gameplay things. One of the things I love is a little bit of PS4 controller gimmicky bullshit. You got to shake the controller to recharge the flashlight batteries. Yeah.
Did not realize that.
You just thought your flashlight was dead?
Yep. I was like, oh, maybe it'll come back over time? I don't know.
Meanwhile, there's a big controller UI element shaking on the screen. You're like
tilting back and forth. I think maybe I did like shake it. And I was like, oh, nothing's happening. Anyway,
back to not being able to see.
Right.
Yeah. So the tools that we have at our disposal increase throughout this section. I think we pick up a revolver and we get the crafting recipes for health kits and Molotovs. And I really like this like very simple gameplay, like risk versus reward trade-off for the health kits and the Molotovs, because you can craft them with the same materials, but they obviously fulfill different purposes. I'm always full on both because I'm a pro gamer, but Morgan,
I typically wasn't like lacking in supplies, but I was also on the easiest mode. So
yeah. The Molotovs are like super strong too, because you can like throw a bottle, get them all gathered up together, and then just chuck a Molotov in there, and it's like it basically kills everybody. So it's pretty good. Also like distracts them as well. So just a bonus. The throwables I actually use quite a bit in this game as opposed to other games where I'm like, oh, you give me a grenade? Nah, not using that. But yeah, there's a fun section in the game in a subway where there's like a ton of clickers in front of you and you have to sneak through them. So there's just a bunch of bottles throw around, like kite them around away from you and all that. That's fun. Any other gameplay sections stand out to you? I mean, they're all kind of...
I don't think so.
Yeah. There's just a good amount of them before we get to the Capitol building. And once we get to the Capitol building, we see that all the Fireflies are dead. And Tess reveals that she was bit. And in this moment, we see the bite that Tess got earlier, like within like a few hours ago. And it's like way gnarlier than Ellie's. It's like clearly like spreading much quicker. So that kind of makes Tess like a believer in this whole like Ellie's immune and she might be able to like create a cure and whatever shit.
Well, and she was all, from what I remember, she was all like super gung-ho about getting to the Capitol building because some fireflies were supposed to be there. She was like, so we can get there and make a cure, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think she might have been thinking like, oh, well, if we could just make that cure really quick, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
And then, oof. Nope.
But Fedra comes knocking. I guess they were like tailing Joel, Tess, or maybe they were there because of the fireflies. Either way, the Fedra people are like show up and Tess sacrifices herself to just slow down Fedra so they can escape. And yada yada yada.
Also, like,
Ellie can't swim.
The experience of running through the Capitol building and like hearing the gunfire start where you know it's like Tess's last stand and you can't see any of it, but you can like hear the shots and you're like, ooh, yikes.
That's also very, like we said earlier, very Last of Us. It's like main character death off screen during gameplay. You just hear it.
Right.
And then it's like, we got to move on. So she doesn't get like some cutscene where she's like readying a grenade and just like blowing herself up or anything. It's just you get sent through a door, you hear some gunshots, and then that's my apocalypse wife dead.
My cigarette mom. To go with my sad dad.
So there's like a section where you're like escaping Fedra. You make it out. And then the new plan is to head to someone that Joel knows who owes him some favors because they need a car so they can get to Tommy and hand Ellie off to the Fireflies. So that's how the Boston section ends. Me and Morgan took a little bit of a break. I don't know how long it's been, actually.
Too long. So long. Oops.
Yeah, we really fucking dragged this out for a very long time. But I'm very excited to fucking be done thinking about recording The Last of Us.
Same.
Thinking about playing The Last of Us.
Yep.
Talking to you about, like, when are we going to record It's terrible.
Yep.
It's too much dread.
Dread?
The game is dread. It's depressing.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Can't be in this headspace forever.
No.
Got to get onto like Pokemon or something.
And Katamari Damacy.
Katamari Damacy, yes. Yeah. All right, so we in our last session we touched on everything like up to the end of Boston. We're moving on to Billstown. I think we can be a little faster with the story recaps going forward.
Sure. Do you want me to just go through the notes?
You actually wrote down this one. So
I did. You can tell
I'll let you take the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in red on the document. That means Morgan wrote it.
Yeah, so we roll up into Billstown through the woods, get some of that nice nature scenery.
Honestly, very pretty. There's moments in this game where I'm like, this honestly might be like, I feel like Last of Us Part 2 combined.
Yeah.
Looking at them as maybe one because they look very similar to me.
Oh, yeah.
Might be just, for my money, the prettiest games that currently exist. I don't know. It's kind of a weird claim to make, but I think that like art direction, fidelity, all of that, it's possible. I don't know what the other contenders would even be.
I was going to say, that's interesting because I was, as we'll probably talk about later, I was watching Sage play this and he's playing it on his PS5 and he said, oh, this looks like shit. And I was like, huh.
What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Wait, which version was he playing?
The PS5 version, I guess. I don't know.
Was he playing the remake or was he playing? Because going back to the remaster on the same PS5 hardware.
Yeah.
I was much less impressed.
Oh.
Everything was had like that Gaussian PS3 blur kind of over top of everything.
Yeah,
which is like, okay.
I don't remember seeing that at all.
No. So, okay, we got to do some digging after the fact on when we take a break on which version was being played.
Right. So before we actually get to meet up with Bill, we encounter some zombies and evidence of Bill's incredibly elaborate trap network, including tripwires and explosives and all those wonderful things.
Morgan, I got to be... I guess we'll wait until we get to Bill. Bill is one of the characters in the game that I'm like, Morgan might like Bill. I can't tell. He's grouchy old man.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll talk about it when we meet him, I guess.
If Morgan likes anybody.
Yeah. No, I do. I do like the characters.
Yeah.
Sage says he thinks he was playing the remake. He said the PS4 one. I don't know what that means.
That's okay. See, that's the remaster.
Oh.
So that's the PS3 game up-resed for PS4.
Oh. Okay. And you were playing the
remake.
The remake. Okay.
The new assets.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I didn't think the game looked bad, and apparently I was playing the older, quote-unquote, older
really?
version.
You were playing the old one? Oh.
I guess.
Wait. When you went to a workbench,
yeah,
what happened? Was it a menu?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you mean? Yeah, it was a menu, and there was like animations and stuff that he was doing like underneath the menu. Like the transparent, like the menu was transparent.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Sure.
On the document? Did the crafting menu look like this?
Yeah.
That's what the crafting menu looked like?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You were playing the remaster.
Oh.
So the PS3, PS4 version.
Okay. Well, Sage said
the
that it looked like
version.
shit. I didn't think it looked like shit, but that's what Sage said.
It looks dated.
Oh, okay.
At the time, I'm sure it felt fucking crazy, but
yeah.
In my opinion, the one with the new assets, like the Last of Us 2 assets, I think it's a contender for just best looking video game in existence right now.
Okay.
It feels like such an exaggerated claim to make.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe
best looking game in existence.
I was going to say, what about like Red Dead 2? Maybe, I don't know.
I feel like Red Dead 2's in the that's like,
yeah.
Those are like the two that come to mind immediately. Maybe like Horizon. I don't know. I know that's pretty high fidelity.
My favorite video game appearance wise is probably Spyro 1.
My favorite is Sly 2 for the PS2.
Yeah. All right. So when we meet Bill, he's saving us from a horde of zombies. And then once we get some time alone with him, he immediately handcuffs Ellie to a pipe.
Yeah, I like that.
He does not trust anybody.
He's very over the top. You know,
yeah.
He's got a bit of he's I don't know. He's not great with people. And I don't know. I felt like he was quite the character. So
yeah.
I enjoyed him.
He is grating in a way that is kind of likable, I would say.
It's more believable that he would survive this long than some other people.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
He's got what it takes.
Right.
Also, the scene right before this with the hanging upside down shooting thing.
Oh god, that stressed me the fuck out.
Dude, every time I play it, I'm like, this is so disorienting.
Yeah.
Like, why is this? It shouldn't be like twice as hard as normal shooting, but for some reason I just can't do it.
Yeah.
All that's happening is the perspective is flipped.
Right. Well,
I don't know, there might be a little sway that's happening, but I don't really know.
When I got to that point, I was like, oh, this is the turret section. They managed to stick a turret section in this game. Actually, there's, I think, a couple turret sections. But I was like, this is an interesting twist where we're upside down. And then I was like, oh, no, I don't like this at all, actually.
You might have unlimited ammo in that section. I can't remember. There's a couple sections where they sneak in a little unlimited ammo.
I think I remember having to reload, but it was a while ago. So
reload, yes, but like, you're not going to be like, oh, I have no bullets.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. So then I just have a bullet point that says shenanigans ensue, and I don't entirely remember what that was about.
Okay, what were the shenanigans after this? I assume, so we needed to get the car battery.
Yes.
And we were navigating to a school that had like a crashed like Humvee or something like that.
Right. Well, and I think by shenanigans, I meant that Ellie and Bill do not get along.
Oh, yeah.
Like they are like immediately like verbal jabs, getting each other riled up. Joel has to keep the peace, which is kind of funny. It's kind of a funny dynamic.
It is.
But yeah, so Bill takes them both back to his hideout for supplies. And yeah, like you said, they're looking to get a working vehicle to drive out to Joel's brother, Tommy. And Tommy is in... Where is Tommy? Is he in Colorado? Wyoming. Okay.
Wyoming.
Okay. I got a little bit fuzzy on like the geography of like what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the missing parts, so they find like a vehicle or whatever, but it's like, oh, all the batteries are like corroded in all the cars that Bill has. And he has a fuck ton of cars and like crap in his own little town. But yeah, so they are supposed to go to the nearby high school, which requires navigating through some dangerous parts of town. Then when they get to the high school, I think this is where you encounter your first bloater.
This is the first bloater, yes.
Yeah.
Like the first, like, And there's nothing, there's no like enemy type above. There's like a couple like pseudo boss fights in the game, but this is like the boss enemy. And for a while, it's like this is what they use as like a oh shit.
Right.
They get a little bit more flippant towards the end of the game, but this is it's pretty rough. I played it on I played this part of the game on the like standard new game. I played the rest of the game on like New Game Plus, but I played from the beginning up until like halfway through Pittsburgh on a standard new game. So I got that new game newbie experience of not having like overpowered weapons and stuff. And this boy was hard. So,
I was on easy, so I don't remember having a hard time.
That's fine. You can play the game on easy.
Yeah, and like I think I had like Molotovs, and I'm very anti using consumables. I try not to. So I usually had a full inventory of, craftables and whatnot. Anyway.
The only one, I'll bring this up now because I don't remember where you acquire the recipe for it, because I did found it not notable. The smoke bombs, I don't think I used a smoke bomb more than one time.
You don't get that from... No, Bill, it's like the spring-loaded shrapnel-looking thingy.
Yeah, I use that thing all the fucking time.
Oh yeah, no, that's
great.
That's handy, yeah. And
that's
the Molotovs
great. I mean, because it's kind of like discreet,
Yeah.
So if you want to just like... It'll alert people that shit's going down, but you can just like chuck it at two dudes. I like to do a little bottle chuck, bring them close together, like, what's going on? Let me walk to this shattered glass here. Chuck a little spring, or a Molotov or one of those bombs in there and just
obliterate them.
Take a leg off or something.
Yikes.
Something gruesome.
Yeah. So when they get to the high school looking for these parts, they find out, and I think this might be a quote from Bill, some jackass stole them. Then they leave the booby-trapped and well-maintained part of Billstown. Did you make booby bold, or did I do that?
I made booby bold.
Okay.
Booby on our Word document, booby is bold as a word.
Yeah.
Just because.
That's kind of a fun thing to say. Did you make booby bold?
Did you make booby bold?
Did you make booby bold?
And also, if we didn't explain it, it's just like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Right.
Like,
anyway, so they have to leave the part of Bill's town that Bill like maintains. So they're into the even more dangerous part of town now.
The uncharted, unregulated section of Billstown.
Correct. And then they eventually stumble into a house and find Frank's body. Yep. And Frank is Bill's dead partner who was bitten multiple times and then opted to hang himself.
Yes.
Which is a bit of a
this
bummer.
Is we touched on this in the I think the previous one. Or no, I think we touched on it just in person, passing. This is very different from how it's portrayed in the show, the HBO show.
Yeah.
So in the game, Bill and Frank, we find out now that they hated each other. It had like a falling out, essentially. And Frank leaves, is like, fuck Bill. Not literally. Or not anymore, at least. And, they head out and they're like, I'm leaving this place. And I think he gets bit, so he kills himself. I think that's what happens.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, he was going to leave with this car. He was the one who, I guess, stole the part that we needed or whatever.
Yep.
Got the car working. You find like a letter in the other room. I assume you found that.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like Frank's suicide note, basically.
Yeah.
And you have the option to like hand it to Bill if you want. I did, because I'm like, I don't know. I'm just, here you go. I don't want to keep this.
Right.
Yeah. Also, the whole time, Bill is referring to Tess as if she's alive.
Yeah.
Like, why would she agree to this and stuff? Joel never bothers to like clarify that Tess is dead or anything like that. He just is a complete stonewall to anything.
I will talk about this, I guess, in more detail later. Joel is the most fucking emotionally constipated video game protagonist I think I have ever seen. He's probably not the most, but he's got to be up there. This man is an emotional stonewall. He
does feel like exaggeratedly shut down to having any sort of deep conversation or anything that is remotely discussing trauma or something like that. So,
and it kind of frustrates me, but anyway,
it was a different time, 2013.
Well, too damn bad.
Well, it's like 2030. It's like 2033, but it's 2013 really.
Yeah. Or no. No, this is, well,
2013.
in the game version, though, 2003.
In the game version, 2013.
Or,
in the movie, in the show, 2003. Again, dumb thing that they decided to change.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, the show's so fucking dumb. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So they find a working truck in the garage because Frank had stolen the battery, amongst other things. Because I think while you're like going around, Bill's like, "Oh, here's all my shit. What the hell?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you find the non-corroded battery in the truck. Then they put Ellie in the truck, and then Bill and Joel have to work together.
A push start.
Yeah. They have to push the truck downhill to get it rolling so that it can start. And you have to like fend off zombies while you're doing that.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was a fun video game section. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that was, and then, like Ellie's like yelling in the truck and you got to keep the zombies from running up to the front of the truck and getting at her. And it's, I think it's fine. I think it works.
It feels very much like this generation of Naughty Dog. Like I could see this scene also in an Uncharted. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I feel like none of these scenes, like they like vary the gameplay quite a bit. And I feel like there's these little sections like this that never last too long, but do spice it up a little bit.
They're memorable, I guess, maybe.
Yeah. At the same time, I feel like there's other aspects that are a little repetitive.
Yeah. Let's help each other up this ledge.
Oh, yeah, that thing. I discussed in the previous recording that I was like, I don't know how to like critique that. Because it's like, how do I critique something that was just a limitation of the time? And now I'm coming back to it. I'm like, I just critique it because it's 2025. And I'm like, yeah, this is grating. It's, it's hard. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say there are some things. Well, so part of the podcast, our statement of this podcast is we are reviewing older games through a modern lens. Well, our modern lens tells us, this is grating. This is annoying. Please don't do this, game designers. We don't like it.
Yeah, all the game designers listening out there. Yeah.
Right. But there's other limitations from other games that actually kind of like add to the artistic effect or maybe the experience of the whole thing that were like, they were like spawned from a limitation, but are now like iconic, like the Silent Hill fog and like camera angles and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not like, not all things spawned from limitation are bad. This is just one thing that is bad, I would say, that is annoying.
Mm-hmm. And at one point I was like, do I not like it because I notice it because it's something that's talked about? Mm-hmm. I do think that this is just something that I would just now notice. Like, without the conversation surrounding it, I would be like, wow, we are just walking very slowly through these like checkpoints essentially. Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, this is a very similar issue I had. I think I said this in the last recording session with the Final Fantasy VII remake. So it's not, listen, I have this issue with games that I also like very much. Like just because I'm kind of like whiny about this game does not mean that like I'm blind to the similar flaws in other games. Anyway.
That's all right. So we ride to the outskirts with Bill. Yeah.
And then Joel apologizes for Frank's loss. And then also still doesn't bother to bring up Tess, even though that would be the ideal time to do so. Right. Yeah. Because he's emotionally constipated.
Yep.
Bill continues to be a cynical asshole because Bill kind of has this thing where he's like, fucking caring about people, that's just gonna get you killed, get you in trouble. Who gives a shit? Get out. Leave me alone.
Yeah. I gotta say, I like that he was written out of the story without him dying. I felt like that is something that is...
I was definitely expecting him to maybe have a bad end.
It's just like such an overused means of writing someone out in like zombie media, apocalypse media.
Yeah.
But this guy, it makes sense that he would be alive. Right. This man would live.
Right. Well, I will say though that his fate is still a depressing one because he is alone.
Yeah. He's not better off. Yeah. No. His partner, his love interest. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Is what we're to assume.
Right. I think so.
Yeah.
Well, and what I was going to say was I was also kind of like, so I had known about the episode from the show. And so I was like, oh, he's probably going like that influenced where I thought his line was going. And I thought that he was going to die like towards the end and have some sort of like last stand, but whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. The show is it's completely different. They spend that entire episode of the show just doing a flashback focusing on Bill and Frank's relationship. And it's great. Yeah. Like it's a great, like, what's a good, like picture, like isolated story. standalone story.
Yeah.
That, you know, focuses on these two men with like, I don't know, very different like backgrounds and outlooks on life, coming together, falling in love and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then dying on their own terms and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like pretty sweet. Not the game at all.
No,
it ends much more tragically in the game, despite Bill still being alive.
Right. Yeah, so after they leave Bill, Joel and Ellie go on a car ride, and then Ellie reveals that she stole something from Bill's stash because Bill was like, "Don't touch my stuff," and she's like, "Fuck you," and it's just kind of like doing it anyway. And I think what she has, I'm pretty sure it's a gay porno magazine.
Oh, sure.
Like it was definitely a porno magazine. I didn't know if it was gay or not.
It seemed pretty gay
because she's making references to men's parts.
How do you walk around with that thing?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that was the line.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then she makes a joke about like, oh, why is
the
it
pages
sticky?
are stuck together.
And Joel was like, Ellie, put it down. She's like, I'm just kidding. And I was like, oh God, okay. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that was Billstown.
That was Billstown. Yeah, and whenever I was like going through Billstown again, I was like, do they say that he's gay? Or was that like something you have to infer? Like I was trying to remember how overt they were with it, and then I got to the gay porno thing, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's where he says it. Yeah,
right.
That's where they're like, did you get it?
Yeah.
Anyway, so we got the car now. Moving over to Pittsburgh. Yes. We reach a point where we're driving to our destination. Joel is like at a crossroad where he's like, do I go through the city? Do I go back around? He's like, fuck it, we're going through the city. And that's a horrible decision because we get ambushed by a group of like survivors that we later find out are called the Hunters. This Pittsburgh faction that kind of like overthrew Fedra and is controlling the city. Their gimmick is that they just kill weak people and take their supplies. They like funnel people through choke points around the city, kill them, take their supplies. I think they have a rule against like children, maybe women. It might be implied that they do like more sinister stuff, but that's the vibe I got. You just like will stumble across rooms where it's like, here's all these shoes, and it's like checklists of like what they got from people. So yeah. I thought this was a really like fun, action-packed opening because we like get this set up where we're going through the city and we see a man who's hurt asking us to stop, and then Ellie's like, we should stop. A little reminiscent of the opening scene, I guess.
Yeah.
But then Joel's like, he ain't hurt, and then he's like, just drives right through him. And it's kind of fun because it's set to diegetic music playing through the car radio speaker, which is not something that we could reasonably get elsewhere given lack of electricity. So yeah, that's exciting. Ellie gets hurt. Joel gets hurt. They kind of wreck the car and then have to start fighting. And then we're just kind of in the thick of it in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Morgan, did you like catch any of the lore for the Hunters?
No.
No, that's all right.
No.
When you were playing, did you like try to pick up anything?
I would skim through some notes.
Yeah.
I apparently I'm going to be real. Like Pittsburgh, I'm like looking at your notes. I'm like, I swear I don't remember. Maybe as you keep talking, I'll be like, oh yeah, that. But like, I'm looking at these notes. I'm like, I don't remember any of that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, like some of the stuff, like how I have it labeled, it's like the hotel. So like the next like major place we go to is this
I remember
like
the
dilapidated.
hotel.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I think.
We like, I'm just kind of like skimming over. It's like,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
We fight infected and people.
Right.
And then we make it to the hotel. This is sort of a key moment, and I feel like the development of like Joel and Ellie's evolving relationship. If I'm trying to put myself back in the mindset of playing this game for the first time or experiencing the story for the first time, I feel like I found Ellie to be annoying, and that started to change around this section.
Okay.
So like through Boston, through Billstown, I'm like, I don't like Ellie. And I feel like that is an essential, I feel like that is the guided feeling you're supposed to have.
Okay.
For like the punch at the end of the story to land. I feel like you're not supposed to really jive with Ellie And starting here is where their like relationship between like what, because there's a scene in the hotel where they get separated from each other, and Joel's like trying to make his way back to Ellie. That's also the section where we have all the stalkers, which I assumed you were a big fan of. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, so I guess before I get to that, the stalker section, you're separated from Ellie and you're just in like the flooded basement of this hotel, and you're introduced to a new infected type, the stalkers, which I think, because I think it's meant to be a linear progression, like you start as a runner, the infection spreads, you become a stalker, you become a clicker, you become a bloater. So like the longer you stay infected, the more it worsens, which is the reason that there's less bloaters, less clickers, more runners. And although we don't see many stalkers.
No, I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, that's a little different. But yeah, they basically hide and try to sneak up on you. And whenever you listen, you like use your like listen mode to like see people through walls. You can't detect them unless they're moving, I think.
It's fucked up.
So it's fucked up. It's pretty fucked up.
That's a fucked up thing to do.
And also, I gotta be honest, I agree it's fucked up. Like whenever I reach this section, it's like they're not particularly strong. But I'm like, all right, shotgun's coming out. You know, we're not messing around in this section.
Nope.
You get too close to me and I will eviscerate every limb on your body. So yeah. So but after this section, we're headed back towards Ellie, and there's like one of these hunters that gets a jump on us. He's like drowning us in like a tiny puddle of water, I think. Ellie comes up and I can't remember if he stabs or shoots him.
She shoots him in the head.
She shoots him, yeah.
This is like the first person that she's like killed like that.
Yes.
She's like, I'm going to throw up.
Mm-hmm. And Joel's response is not to like thank her or anything like that. It's kind of to berate her and talk about how he's like, I could have gotten shot by you because you don't know how to handle yourself and stuff like that. So after that's expressed, we get to a point where we're escaping the hotel and we're kind of like surrounded. And Joel is like, okay, I'm going to trust you to shoot this rifle and like kind of provide like support as I'm moving through this. Cover fire. Yeah. So it's like, you can see that there's like a somewhat of a softening, you know, we're kind of pendulum swinging back and forth a little bit. It's like, I'm mad at you. And then it's like, okay, fine. You can help me.
You did save my life. So
yeah,
here.
Right. So from there, and throughout this whole section, I kind of like this from like a gameplay game perspective. There's this like Humvee that's just like, you'll see like as you're like sneaking through like a building or something, you'll see this like Humvee sometimes shooting other people that are stuck in Pittsburgh or just moving around, and it's like this very intimidating thing, like how the fuck would we take down a Humvee?
Yeah. I was also having a little bit of a dumbass moment where I didn't realize that the hunters were probably the ones driving the Humvee, and I thought it was Fedra, and I was like, what the fuck is their problem? Like they're just
right. Yeah.
But now I'm like, oh yeah, that's the hunters, my bad.
Right, so they took over Fedra and like got all of their equipment and shit. This Pittsburgh section, I break it up into Pittsburgh and the Sam and Henry parts. Yeah. So as we're, we kind of like have this section where it kind of builds up to this Humvee chase and we're kind of running through. It's like they're after us. We dodge it and we sort of re-enter this apartment complex. And then we're ambushed by this man. Yes?
Sorry, I have a thought about the Humvee.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Is it a weird Naughty Dog through line to have this, like, powerful entity that you cannot do anything about that you have to run away from? Because I'm thinking the boulders in Crash.
There's a little bit of that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking specifically in Jak 2, there's a section where there's like this, like, armored tank thing with like a big like spike meat grinder thing on the front of it that you have to run away from that you can't do anything about. And so I'm like,
and you haven't even played Uncharted, but there's similarities in that too.
Okay.
So
okay.
I think it might just be straight up like military like vehicles that Drake is running away from, or Nathan. He's got two first names. It's hard to remember.
Nathan Drake.
Nathan Drake. Yes.
Nathan Drake. Yes.
Yeah, Nathan Drake.
Anyway.
So yeah, we meet Sam and Henry, who are another kind of a mirror image group of survivors.
Right. Now, I'm sorry. Can you remind me, is Sam the child?
Sam is the child. Henry is the brother, the older brother.
Yep.
I'm not sure how old to assume.
He said he was 5 when everything went to shit. Yeah.
Oh.
He says.
Henry was 5.
Yeah.
So he's 25 now.
Yeah.
So that means Sam looks like he's basically Ellie's age, maybe younger.
Yeah.
Either younger or just less hardened is kind of the vibe.
Yeah. They're approximately the same size.
Approximately, yeah, they're roughly the same size.
Yeah.
So what I remember from Sam and Henry is that they were part of a group that got separated whenever they entered Pittsburgh.
Yes.
I assume
correct.
because of the hunters, and there was a plan to reunite.
By the radio tower?
Or an assumption to reunite at this place. Yeah, like a radio tower.
And, sorry, was his group, they were originally trying to reach the Fireflies?
They were trying to reach the Fireflies, yes.
And, like, join up with them, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the idea. There's, like, a scene where Joel is, like, kind of making fun of that idea. Or, like, questioning that idea. Like, why do you put your hope in these people? They kind of have, like, I feel like the writing and the relationship between Henry and Joel is very like cordial, but like in a way that's like, we need each other, and I understand that you're not like actively trying to just murder me for my stuff.
Yeah,
and we're probably better off together, but at the same time I don't really like you.
Yeah, and it's like I can't, just because of the nature of like this world that we're in, I can't put my trust in you in like a way where we could become like close.
And there's also like a clear understanding of the hierarchy of who I'm here to protect. And it's not you or Ellie.
Right.
It's my brother. And I understand that you're the same way.
Yeah.
Because there's a section right after this. They waited out until like nightfall. There's like a bridge out of the city that is like heavily guarded. And they decide that this is the way that they're going to, make their way out. They take out some guards and, they progress through this checkpoint. The Humvee, again, makes an appearance. They're, like, climbing over, I think, like a bus or something like that.
And the ladder breaks?
The ladder breaks. Something happens, and it's like, there's no time for me to help you. Joel is the last one on the ground.
Yeah.
And Henry is like, I'm sorry, I am leaving. Like, I'm not, like, risking it for you right now.
Right.
Ellie jumps down and chooses to stay with Joel. And then there's even more of a Crash Bandicoot-like section where you are running, you're just straight up like running.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking of, yeah. Where you have to like zigzag through, like across this bridge and you're being like shot at. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then from there, you jump into the water with Ellie. Ellie's more like, I'm going to jump. And Joel's like, that's a bad idea. And Ellie's like, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then Joel's like, you can't swim.
Right.
That's the whole point.
She's like, then catch me or something. Like, grab me then. I don't know.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
But they jump in. They fucking get bashed around. You just kind of wake up on a beach with Henry and Sam.
And then Joel decks Henry in the face.
Yeah.
And it's then like, fuck?
They make up. Yeah. It's like, yeah, but whatever.
So I think it was kind of interesting because I think doesn't Joel pull a gun on Henry, and then Sam starts to freak out and Henry's like, no, it's okay, he's not going to shoot me. And Joel is like, are you sure? And then he doesn't end up shooting him. I just thought that dynamic was like really interesting.
Yeah, it was. A little convenient that it's just like we're all together, but at the same time I feel like the way that this game chooses to progress its story is inherently just convenient, but in a way that it's like, okay, they made it to Wyoming.
Yeah.
They made it to Colorado.
Yeah.
Maybe stuff happened, but we don't talk about it. That's one of the things, like, outside of that intro sequence where they're like, the Fireflies and all the stuff is like that title sequence where it's like all the radio broadcasty stuff.
Yeah.
It's like the story you get is what is happening in front of you. It's like you're not really like sitting through like exposition where like you don't get any explanation of like why is Joel in Boston?
Nope.
Why did Tommy join the Fireflies?
Yeah.
It's kind of all left up to I don't know, mystery or whatever.
Yeah. I do just want to clarify really quick. So the second turret section that we're both thinking about is in this section with Henry and Sam, where you take out a sniper who has a nest in a house, and then you go up into the nest and like take control of it.
Yeah.
And I will just let it be known that during this section, like when the horde of like zombies started coming, I was like, someone's getting bit.
Oh,
Someone
yeah.
was
You
bit
called
in that
that
mess.
Yeah.
There's just no way.
I don't know if I saw that coming necessarily, but there is like in that section you're talking about in the suburbs. It's also where we get the conclusion to the Humvee. Like we shoot a guy who's about to throw a Molotov cocktail out of the Humvee, and it lights the inside of it on fire, and it explodes.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I think there's a section where you see both like Ellie, like you see a few of your people get like pinned down by infected. I think that's what happens. There's like a gameplay thing that happens where it's like, oh, they're pinned down. You know, it's like because sometimes Ellie gets like grabbed by someone. It's like you got to do something or else it's game over.
Right. It's got like the red cross symbol.
Yeah, like a ticking down little thing.
Yeah.
I think that happens to Sam and maybe someone else.
Yeah.
And I think you shoot them off.
Yeah.
But
that's
I think that's implied when it happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sam gets bit. But before that, right. There's this sewer section. One of the only like notable things here, other than, you know, it's kind of fun to move through a sewer section, give me a little bit of TMNT vibes.
Sure.
There's this like, there's a couple instances throughout the game where they tell like they tell like a background story through just like, what's the word? There's good words to describe this. Contextual, dynamic storytelling. I don't really fucking know. There's like essentially little audio diaries, cave paintings.
Environmental storytelling?
Environmental storytelling. That's the right word.
Yeah.
About this guy named Ish. And I don't remember this exactly word for word, but I think that he was like, he chose to live in the sewer by himself. Okay. And was like, this is where I will be safe. Like, it's just all concrete and whatever. And I have like these supplies that I brought in. I think he gets lonely, and then he like stumbles. He like realizes that there's like survivors in like that have like around in the surrounding like town, I think.
Yeah.
And it's like going to shit there, and he's like, I know this will be bad if I like let people in, but he's like, I think lonely, so he like brings some people in. Yeah. And I think they have a good thing going for a while, and then it just kind of like falls to shit. But you see like paintings around where it's like, I think it's meant to be like Ish, and then like kids. They had like a daycare. They had like a bunch of, like, somewhat of a society happening. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it was like an infection broke out, assuming that's probably what happened, or I can't remember if it was like conflict amongst the group or what. Probably some combination of those things, honestly. But yeah, there's like a story of this guy in the the settlement that he basically had underground, which is kind of fun because it's just optional. It's just like environmental storytelling, like you said. Mm-hmm. I also think it's very convenient that people just write down every aspect of their lives, play by play. Like, it's like you'll pick up a notepad and be like, yeah, boss said we gotta stake out this place. 2 hours later, oh, I'm noticing some weird sounds happening. I might go check it out. Oh, Gary checked it out an hour ago. He hasn't come back. Oh, I think that's Gary coming out of the building right now. He's like writing it down. It's like, that wasn't Gary.
Yeah.
Ah! Like he's writing down like, oh, okay.
Yeah. It, like,
I'm being
trails
bitten.
Off. Ink splatter. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not that bad usually, but it is that level of like, why are we documenting this?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. For story convenience, I guess. But
yeah.
So the suburbs section happens. We get that sniper Humvee stuff. We make it to the safe house, and to cap off this section, there's a scene between Ellie and Sam, where, you know, they're kind of like somewhat sadly celebrating. It's like
philosophical beliefs.
Yeah. I mean, so Sam, at this point, we don't know he's bitten as the audience. Yeah. But he is down, and he is asking Ellie what he thinks about an afterlife and stuff like that, or like what he thinks of like are the people still in there? Like, like
and
once
he's
you
like
get
afraid
infected,
of that.
he's
Like,
afraid because it's coming for him.
Right, they're not in control of their bodies anymore. But what if they're still in there? And Ellie's like, no, they're gone.
Yeah. I feel like that's a really like believable, well-written, tragic conversation between two younger people.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I would say so.
It's like, yeah, it's like Ellie's being honest, not knowing that she is just giving this man the most existential crisis.
Yeah. Well,
as
and the
he's
kid
facing
is like,
an infection.
Yeah, and I think Sam says something like, well, Henry says that the people like aren't in there anymore and like they went to heaven. And he's like, Ellie, do you believe in heaven? And she's like, I don't know. Basically like, probably not.
Yeah. And sometimes it's hard for me to tell if like, is this well written or is it well acted? Because I feel like there's maybe both. I don't really know. I find a lot of the actors very like believable in how they deliver the lines and stuff. So
there were, I would say, a couple instances. So Ellie is like voiced by like an adult woman. I'm fairly certain,
Ashley
right?
Johnson. Yeah, she's like.
And there were a couple lines. Yeah, there were a couple lines with Ellie, and I'm not saying that like this is anybody's fault or that this is even a bad thing, but like her like intonation or her like her voice dropped in such a way where I was like, that's an adult woman talking. That is not.
Yeah, no, honestly, yes. Going back to this, I was like, honestly, the person who I maybe find the least believable at times is Ellie. Just because, granted, I'm trying to remember, like, there are, like, I have friends with kids and, like, older friends with older kids. People in my life are around this age. And it's like, yeah, that's not quite how, like, a 13-year-old conducts themselves. So
not really.
Yeah. My younger sister was very recently 13, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
This is like a strange level of like emotional awareness sometimes, and sometimes not.
Yeah.
And brashness.
Yeah.
And confidence, and a lot of things.
And wit.
That I'm like, wit.
I don't think a 13/14-year-old would be that witty.
Yeah. So it's not that I don't like her character, it's that sometimes I'm like, I don't know if this is how a 14-year-old
how a
acts.
child would be. Yeah.
Anyway, so Sam wakes up infected, Ellie screams, and then there's a confrontation.
Well, he tries to bite her.
Yeah, I mean, he does what infected do.
Yep.
Which is try to bite. And we have a standoff where I think Sam has like Ellie pinned down.
Yeah.
And Joel tries to intervene, but Henry like shoots the ground in front of Joel or something.
An argument breaks out. An
argument where he's like, "No, that's Sam. What are you talking about? You can't kill him."
It's like, well, he's actively trying to maul my child. To kill him.
Yeah. It ultimately ends with Henry killing Sam, and then turning the gun on Joel,
and saying it's Joel's fault.
It's Joel's fault, and then he decides to kill himself.
I found... Okay, listen, I know it's an extreme situation, so who am I to say who would react what way in what situation? I felt like it was a little sudden to do that, to like spend a few seconds backing up and then just immediately like check out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
'Cause like, and again, it's a game. We have pacing. We have to like consider like we can't just. They probably didn't want to drag depressed Henry along for however long. But to me, it didn't feel. It was like so sudden that I was like, oh, and then the hard cut, and then we're on to Wyoming, and I'm like, I feel like I needed more time to process any of that.
I don't know what I mean? I love that.
Oh, you like that there's no time to process?
Yeah, I like how fast it happened.
Okay.
I feel like it is... I feel like that's sort of the style that the game goes for, is that it is like extremely brutal and, you move on like immediately. Like there's not really like in another game there's like a tragic character death and we linger on it and it's like, oh my god, everyone reacts like an anime. We cut everyone's reaction. Well, and then it's like death, we move on. Tess dies off screen, we move on.
Right. Well, and I mean like, well, so what I think what was maybe kind of getting to me at this point is, so I mean from the character's perspective, it's like Henry kills himself, bam, we're in Wyoming now, and the characters have had that travel time and all this off-screen time where it's implied that they've maybe to some degree processed this, but as the player I'm sitting here and it's like we're kind of bumbling around the dam in Wyoming and I'm like still like thinking and like gee, I just don't know. I don't know.
There's a tiny section actually right at the beginning of Wyoming. I don't know if you saw it. You stumble across a child's grave. Yeah. So you bring it up slightly and Joel's like, we don't talk about it.
Yeah, and
that's
I was like, okay,
the rule
well,
that he
fuck
sets out.
Yeah, I was starting to get kind of mad at Joel at this point. I was like, well, then what the fuck can we talk about, Joel? Huh?
Yeah. We don't talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it is believable that Henry would kill himself.
Yes.
Whether or not it would be that quickly, I'm like,
exactly.
Yeah, he would
say that he might like linger for a few days and then kind of go off the deep end and then
I don't know.
But again, I don't know. This is a brutal situation, so I don't know.
I think that he has been acutely aware that Sam is the only thing he is living for.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like they lost their parents.
Yeah. He lost the rest of his group. Yeah.
Their group didn't show up. They were ready to, I think, leave, essentially. And I don't know. I feel like you know.
Yeah.
And also it's very dramatic. You just don't want to feel it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. I like it. Okay. I like that Sarah dies and we just go to the title.
Yeah.
That's kind of the punchiness of it is something that I like.
Okay.
All right. We can pause here because Claire said that food is ready.
Oh, sure.
All right, we're back. I had salmon. Anyway, it was delicious.
Oh, good.
We cooked it on cedar.
Oh, how, with like chips? Like wood chips?
On a plank of cedar.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize it, but I bought a piece of salmon, like a salmon cut that had a piece of cedar wood that you're meant to cook it on.
Oh. Did that do anything?
The whole house smells nice. Oh. I feel like it contributed to the aroma more than the flavor.
That's fair. What
is smell if not partially flavor?
Right.
I don't know.
The last time Sage and I had salmon, we bought some pre-seasoned cuts from the grocery store, and it sucked. They did not season it well at all. It was very disappointing. And my seasoning is better.
I haven't had too much luck.
Yeah.
I haven't had too much luck with that type of the pre. Yeah. No. Anyway, we're back.
Yeah.
So we finished out Pittsburgh. Sam and Henry had a happy ending.
Sure.
And we're making our way towards Tommy. Another thing that's like somewhat like didn't dawn on me initially is like, and also thinking about the sequel, which takes place over 3 days essentially. Give or you know what I'm saying if you played the game. Short period of time.
Yeah.
Whereas this game is like a year.
Yeah.
I think it's implied that they spent a year together.
Multiple seasons.
Yeah. Which I mean makes sense. They're fucking trekking across wasteland America.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We only get snippets, but we arrive in Wyoming on foot. Crazy. Anyway. That's such a long stretch. Like that specific stretch is like, I'm gonna pull up a U.S. map.
From Pennsylvania to Wyoming? Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thought so. Oh yeah, the pit from Fallout 3 DLC.
Exactly. All right, so we got PA.
Yeah. That is like almost across the whole country, it seems like.
That is like the whole country.
Yeah. And they said, we don't have time to cover all that. You just imagine. Theater of mind. Imagine what shenanigans
country. I wonder which road they took.
Yeah.
Which road they took. That's what I want to know. How did they go to Chicago?
Right. You're telling me they were taking the road trip, the mother of all road trips, and this motherfucker still can't bother to talk about the Henry and Sam thing. Like,
so, this feels like it must be the longest gap.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have been spilling my guts day 3 into that thing. Let me tell you.
Because we essentially moved from West Coast or East Coast to basically West Coast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somewhere in Wyoming.
Right.
I'm calling Wyoming basically West Coast.
Not quite, but I've driven through Wyoming.
Really?
Whole lot of nothing up there, let me tell you. Dirt, rocks. Sometimes the dirt is a different color. Sometimes it's kind of red. Anyway,
I just noticed that on this map that I'm looking at. It's labeled Gulf of America. Anyway.
Okay.
Moving on. Yeah, this is a really quick section. Both these next sections are really quick. Like if you lay it out, it's like, okay, there is one encounter, two encounters. There's 3 encounters. Like 3 like enemy encounters, and then the rest of it is just walking around, story, cutscenes.
Yeah.
So we arrive in Wyoming. If you're me, you spend like 15 minutes confused on where to go. And then you eventually run into this dam. Sorry to swear on the podcast, but you arrive at a dam that Tommy is already at. So you conveniently walk up to the door, you get some guns pointed at you.
Hell yeah.
And then Tommy goes, "That's my goddamn fucking little brother." I don't remember exactly what he said, but I think he swore.
Yeah.
That's my not little brother. That's my brother. Because Tommy's the younger one.
That's what I was gonna say. I was a little confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure Joel at least looks older. So.
Yeah, Tommy's the younger one.
Okay.
So we meet Tommy and his new apocalypse wife, Maria.
Yeah.
They talk about a settlement that they are part of called Jackson. Makes it seem pretty idyllic. Like they got their shit together. It's not fucking grim chaos.
Yeah. They're not robbing people, as far as I'm aware.
It seems pretty self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Spoilers, it is. It's a very nice place.
Yeah.
You see it in the second game, but it's powered, I think, by this dam that they're trying to fix.
Yeah.
So they got like a crew of people down there trying to fix it. And they said they're worried about raiders. So we kind of, ease up a little bit. Tommy and Joel find a quiet, secluded place to talk about Ellie's immunity.
Yeah.
And at this point, Joel is trying to convince Tommy to take over and take Ellie the rest of the way. Which, I guess, I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it now, but I'm like, does that make sense for Joel to want to do at this point? Like, is he not connected? Is he not invested? Because now, after looking at that map, I'm like, are you not invested?
Right.
Yet? Like,
yeah. Well, and I kind of wonder if it's like, yes, he is invested. He's just not willing to admit that to himself. Maybe like he's clinging
like this
to
was
the
the
last
plan.
Shreds. Yeah.
Yeah, like his plan was this all along, so he doesn't want to be like, you know what, never mind.
Yeah.
Because that would be like admitting that he does care.
Yeah, and also
he's
Tommy
trying very hard to not care.
Yeah, and Tommy's a very convenient person to sort of like dump this responsibility off on, because it's like, well, Tommy's a better person than me, and Tommy knows the Fireflies and has that history.
Tommy was a Firefly.
Right.
Yeah.
So like logically, it would make sense on every level to be like, Tommy, you take care of this, and then Tommy's wife is like, no, that's dangerous.
That's dangerous. Don't do it.
Yeah.
And Tommy's like, I don't know. I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Pain in the ass.
Right.
Why do you have to do it?
Because the vaccine or whatever, the immunity. The cure.
I don't even know. I couldn't tell exactly how much he believed in that and how much of it was just like, I got to do this for my brother.
Yeah.
Who cares about this little girl?
Yeah.
There's also a part where Tommy mentions that he like went back to Joel's house in Texas at some point.
Yeah.
And like gathered some stuff, and he found a photo of Joel and Sarah, tries to hand it to Joel, and Joel's like, absolutely not.
Yeah, and I'm like,
I never want to see my daughter again.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, it's just the whole thing. This
man has so
like,
many problems, which is like, okay, that's fair, right? Like,
I guess that is Joel's character arc, is that he is at this point trying to avoid, I don't know, confronting his feelings, confronting his drama, his attachment to people and stuff like that. So
right.
Trying to numb himself.
Very anti-attachment, but would still make a terrible Jedi, let me just say.
Yeah. I'm just imagining him slaughtering the children.
No, yeah. Well. Yeah.
So it's broken up by some raider attack on the dam. We get a scoped pistol. Mm-hmm. New weapon time. New weapon alert. New weapon just dropped. How'd you like the scoped pistol?
Well, so I didn't really play. So, okay. So I didn't play this part. Oh, yeah.
Sage played this part.
Yeah, so Sage had a save file. And he was wanting to finish the game. And I was like, you know what? I'll just stop and watch you play then.
Yeah,
so,
that's fine.
I mean, it looked handy.
I don't know. It was kind of... I didn't like it as much. I really put a lot of my resources into upgrading both the shotgun and the hunting rifle.
The
hunting rifle turns into a fucking monster.
Oh, yeah.
Turns into like a fucking 50 cal sniper rifle by the time it's fully upgraded.
Yeah.
Like you just blow off people's heads, even if they got like the helmets on and stuff. So I guess jumping between the upgraded rifle and this gun felt obnoxious. I'm like, yeah, this sucks, but it probably gets up. I don't know. It's kind of weird because I played through the game on New Game Plus.
Yeah.
I by no means had enough to like fully upgrade most. I don't think, I mean, maybe if I focused on like one or two, I could have done it, but I kind of spread the field a little bit. Mm-hmm. I wonder how many times you'd have to play through the game to like get
everything upgraded all the way. Yeah, I don't
know.
The
full upgrades on stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Feels a little stingy with the nuts and bolts, although maybe you get more on like New Game Plus and like harder difficulties. I don't really know.
Yeah.
There might be a mechanic there. Anyway, I didn't use the scope pistol. That's all to say I didn't like the scope pistol.
That's fair.
Yep. So after that, Ellie overhears the continued discussion about Tommy taking over, and she decides to run away. She grabs a horse and she just gallops away.
Now, at this point, I was like, well, that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree. I thought this was an overreaction. We're supposed to read into it that she
has abandonment issues.
And was probably pretty attached to Joel at this point, having gone from Boston to Wyoming.
This in the apocalypse.
This is my new dad. Yeah. My apocalypse dad.
Right.
But we track her down. We make it through like another combat section. We make it to this farmhouse that she is holed up. Yeah, we make it to this farmhouse. We have this fun conversation. It's where Joel says, "I'm not your daddy." I'm
not your dad. Or wait, I'm not your dad.
You're right.
And you ain't my damn daughter, or something like that. I was like,
no. It was like,
shit.
You're right. Because Ellie says, "I'm not Sarah."
Yeah. He's like, "You're right. You're not my daughter.
You're right. You're not my daughter. I sure as hell ain't your dad."
Yeah. I was like, oh. Now this is juicy. I like this.
I know, it's juicy. It's also like this is always how it feels like there's a pattern unveiling here where it's combat. It's like, and then Tommy Bosin is like, "Hey, we got company." You know, it's just like important story beat that we're gonna leave kind of on a cliffhanger-y thing, and it's like, oh, we're about to get shot at.
I thought you were also gonna say there's also a similar beat of Ellie and Joel get into an argument. Joel says something kind of fucked up and mean and terrible. They get into a combat scenario, and then afterwards Joel is like, "All right, so anyway." Yeah, that too. And then does extends a peace offering of some kind.
Yeah.
It's like, sir.
That happens in Pittsburgh, and that happens here.
Yeah.
Yep. So we fight through the farmhouse and have like a stealth combat section. And I think I fucked up on this section. I think I threw like 3 Molotovs and lit myself on fire. Check the recording.
Oh, jeez.
But like, it was like sunken cost fallacy. Like I missed with the first one.
Oh, yeah.
Lit myself on fire and was like, well, I got to use the second one, even though it wasn't as effective because they started freaking out because there was a fire suddenly happening.
Yeah.
Anyway, we ultimately decide that we're going to take Ellie with us, or Joel decides. I don't know. Sometimes I say we. My use of pronouns in the document is radically inconsistent.
That's okay. Yeah, they're like sitting on the horses, and then does Joel just tell Ellie to like get on his horse? I don't know. The way that he said it was kind of like subtle, and I was like, oh, okay, sir. I guess you've decided that you are dad.
I am dad.
Yeah.
Yep. So we ride off to Eastern Colorado, the University of Eastern Colorado, which is where Tommy tells us the Fireflies were.
Yeah.
Last.
Yeah.
This is where their lab was. Upon arriving, it's just kind of like a deserted campus. We get a new weapon, the flamethrower.
Yep.
Did you get to play with a flamethrower?
Nope.
Yeah. It's I don't really know. Like, it's not like my go-to, but it also feels a little insane. It's one of the more insane weapons to have.
Yeah.
It feels fitting as like a late game thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it feels like it should be effective
That's
against
a zombie
the infected.
flamethrower right there.
It'll
bite you.
It shoots out the cordyceps virus, but
oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like my last pick of like all of the heavy weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a couple of infected sections here, one with a bloater, which is pretty fun. I chose to sneak past them, and you get to a section where you gotta like open a door, but you're doing it loudly. So you just like see bloaters and clickers being like, whoa! And then they start coming towards you, and it's like, fuck!
Yeah.
But as you're like sneaking through all these dorms and stuff, I saw a couple like little Easter eggs. I saw a Jack and Daxter plushie.
Yeah.
Just like in someone's room. I think there was also a Nathan Drake one, but
cute.
Yeah, little references to other Naughty Dog franchises.
Yep, I saw those
also
as well.
a bunch of monkeys running around.
Return to Monkey.
Return to Monkey.
Yeah,
yeah, that's kind of fun to think that there's just like, I don't know, maybe exotic animals that were like part of zoos and stuff that are just like
just free roaming
out and about.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't remember what the relationship between the infected and animals was. I do think that the infected go after animals.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I think there's like a scene in the second game where you find like a deer that they had eaten.
No.
I assume the monkeys are pretty shifty though.
Yeah.
They probably
it
get
would
around.
be hard to catch a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
So I think it's implied that they were testing the infection on the monkeys.
Oh.
There were like some audio recordings left behind.
Yeah.
From the scientists there. And I think it was from the perspective of someone who was testing the infection on the monkeys but got bit by a monkey. So he was infected and just recording some messages until he died. But that's where he mentioned that they were, relocated to like Salt Lake City, I think.
Yeah.
So after we find that out, we get ambushed by some raiders in a pretty fun scene as we fight through the lab. This section ends with
sorry. Wait,
yeah.
I would just like to point out, ambushed by raiders, they shot first.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to leave it at that. They definitely shot first.
They definitely did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is a shoot first society we were living in.
That's true, yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. But we ended in like a little like physical, we're getting like roughed up by a dude, and then he pushes us off a balcony.
Yeah.
And Joel lands on some rebarb and gets fucking impaled.
Painful to watch. I was like
Yeah,
clutching my stomach. I was like, oh God.
Yeah. So Ellie tries to guide us to safety. There's a couple interesting scenes because you're like very much
in and out
mostly
of it.
Incapacitated.
Yeah.
So you're like slumping through, and there's some scenes where you still have to fight.
Yeah.
But your aim is all wonky and stuff. There's one scene where you get like sat down behind like a desk, and Ellie like goes around to like distract a guy, and then you kind of slowly come around and shoot him. There's like another scene where you have to like take out a couple guys that were like coming after Ellie.
Yeah.
But for the most part, she's just kind of guiding you back to the horses.
Yeah.
It gets you on the horse. It looks pretty rough.
He like falls off the horse, I think.
He falls off the horse at one point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think that could easily kill you.
What, just falling off a horse like that? Like dead weight?
Especially if you had recently been impaled and like cannot protect your head.
He's probably bleeding a lot.
Probably bleeding a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
A whole lot.
Yeah.
Man, getting impaled by rebar would suck in the modern age.
Oh, yeah. Well, also, I was thinking, like, when he, like, gets up on the horse, I was like, there is no fucking way. Because, have you ever ridden a horse? Okay. Once? Okay.
One time.
Well, it's a lot of jostling.
Water.
So if you have, like, a wound, like, in your torso/lower back, and you were constantly getting jostled atop this horse, that has to hurt like a bitch. Like, that cannot... Oh, I shudder to think about it, I guess.
Yeah, I never shared this horse riding story. I rode a horse once. It was part of like we were having like some youth thing for like the church I was at. They took us to somebody's farm, and it was just like a bonfire, and they're like, we have horses, so you can ride around on the horses. And I got put on this horse, and it was basically just like, okay, the horse is just kind of gonna go. It wasn't like crazy or anything. The horse was just kind of trotting around.
Yeah.
And the horse kind of went on its own to what I can only describe as a poop barn.
Yeah.
It was just full of poop.
Oh, yeah.
And it just stayed there. And I was stuck in the poop barn on this horse.
You didn't want to get down because all the poop on the ground?
There was no getting down from this.
Okay.
It was all poop.
Yeah.
Always has been.
Yeah.
It was just like in the back of the poop barn, and it's just like poop everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I guess this is my new life until someone rescues me.
Yeah.
I was like, help, I'm stuck. Because I was like kind of out of the way at that point.
Yeah.
Eventually someone came and I guess guided the horse out, but
yeah, that's funny.
That's a core memory, being stuck in that poop barn.
Wait, how old were you?
I don't know how old I was. I'm going to say like 10.
Oh, okay.
That's my guess. 10 feels like a safe
25.
age. I was 25 and I thought I was going to die in that poop barn.
Yeah.
So anyway, next section.
Yeah.
Winter.
Deer hunting in the winter.
Yeah. So we start this new section playing as Ellie, tracking down a deer. So we don't really immediately know what happened to Joel. I feel like it's just safe to assume that we're just
she obliterates that
providing.
rabbit.
Yeah, she obliterates that. I forgot. Yeah, she kills the rabbit. There's that famous clip of that one girl being like, "That's the cutest thing I've ever fucking seen."
Oh, and then it gets
shot, and then she goes, "No."
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget that that's from this game all the time. But yeah, so we're tracking down some game, and it's kind of a long, stupid section. I gotta be honest. Tracking down this deer.
Oh, hunting the deer. Yeah, that's a lot of running.
There's a lot. Anyway,
yeah.
We run into these two dudes. We track down our deer who has like passed away from all the arrows we've fucking shot in it.
Passed away. Sorry.
Our deer's passed away.
Yeah.
It's passed on.
Dearly beloved.
Dearly beloved.
No longer with us. Anyway.
We run into these two dudes, and he's like, "Hey, we need this deer." And Ellie's like,
"Okay,
well, so do I, obviously."
Can I just say, yeah, the second they're like, "We need this deer," why we have women and children and we are out of food, I was like, they are eating people.
Yep.
I latched onto that. They're eating people. Anyway.
Yep, there's gotta be, there's a cannibal quota for this type of media.
It has not been met yet.
Yep. and we're running out of time, so it's gotta be you.
Right.
Yeah. So they're like, we need this food. And Ellie's like, well, I do too, obviously. Then it's sort of like a standoffish conversation.
Yeah.
The deal is to trade the deer for medicine. So one person leaves to go get the goods. And then Ellie stays with this dude named David. And they're eventually ambushed, and they gotta kind of like work together to survive. There's like a bunch of clickers and runners and stuff. It's kind of a long combat section.
Yeah.
And there's just some little weird things about David. David's like, I don't know.
Too nice.
He's too nice. There's a moment where Ellie says shit and he's like, watch your language. Like, he's like, watch your language.
Hey, we eat people, but we don't cuss around here.
Yeah, so it's like this Christian vibe thing. Yeah, and then we kind of make it out of that section, and David, when they're making the trade, reveals to Ellie that, like, he knows that it's Ellie and Joel, and that they are most likely the group of people, the two people that killed a group that they had that went out looking for supplies.
Right.
Because they came back and were like, it was this crazy man and a little girl.
Yeah.
So David figures that one out, Sherlock Holmes style, and it's kind of a frantic return, because Ellie's like, this is not good. They probably want to kill us.
Well, yeah, and I would like to point out, they were like, well, you killed our people, and that's like why we're pissed or whatever. And it's like, bitch, they shot first.
Yeah,
like
it's hard to explain,
right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it implies that. I guess I didn't think, where were they in this section? Because I just have winter on here. Are they still in Colorado, I guess?
Oh yeah, that's what I don't know either. Or
they
Wyoming,
honestly probably didn't go far.
Or, wait, no, Colorado.
Why would they? Right. Why would they travel far? Like when Joel's in this condition.
Yeah, Joel is injured, so yeah, you can't travel far. Which I mean, they still have the horse.
Right.
And the horse
but
dies.
He probably fell off, and maybe Ellie didn't even put him back on the horse. Maybe
she's been somehow keeping him alive this whole time.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what with.
Nope.
I mean, we're picking up all these pills along the way. Maybe they got to be used for something else other than upgrading our stats.
Chucking back ibuprofen.
Yep. Ellie's like, well, I got 3 rags and 3 alcohol bottles, so I can do 3 health packs.
Right.
I'll spread that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, we return to Joel. We got the medicine. We give him the, I think it's like penicillin or something. I don't really remember.
Which is also like, okay, if this man is like pissed about Joel and Ellie, why did they even bring the medicine? And like, why even risk the medicine getting away?
I think it's implied that David was not on board with going after him, but the other guy that he was with was like, what the hell? We gotta, they killed our boys.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think it's a little bit of a...
David has like some cult leader vibes, let me just say.
He does. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, another character Morgan might like.
No.
Cult leader vibe, man.
Not this one.
Not this one. He's not as fleshed out.
No. Not even close. No.
No. Not even close. So yeah, I think this was like a non-approved operation by his group. Like just some people went out on their own accord to go after Joel and Ellie, which makes sense because I don't know. David doesn't want to because David has a thing for Ellie. Pedophile.
Yeah.
But we get back to Joel and we see that like a bunch of people followed us, unshockingly. Probably very easy to track in the snow. Ellie runs out to kind of create a distraction, leaves Joel behind. And eventually David catches Ellie, locks her up in a cell, and then we come back to Joel. Joel is fighting off the lingering enemies and then interrogates two of. So we're separate. We're got an A and B plot.
Yeah, you're kind of going back and forth a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. We got an A and B plot thing going on right now. So we have Joel trying to find Ellie, and then Ellie trying to escape David.
Yeah.
There's like that brutal interrogation scene where he fucking stabs that dude in the kneecap and is like, I'm gonna pop off your kneecap.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
And this is just spoilers.
I liked, so like Ellie wakes up in the cell and they are cutting apart a human body in front of her.
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, cannibals. And then David shows up and then he's like, oh, but you seem so, there's something special about you. And like, we could get along if you just be chill. And then like he gives her food and she's like, is there people in it? And he's like, no.
No.
And then I think she has a few bites. And then there's like one point where he is like kind of like asking for her trust or whatever to see if he can like win her over. And I liked how it's like he puts his hand out and then she puts her hand on top of his, and I was like, oh. And then she just turns into a little feral gremlin child and just like attacks him and tries to get the keys, and then he like beats the shit out of her a little bit, so she's all like bloody and stuff. And I was like, that's my girl.
Oh, I love this whole interaction. I love how she interacts with David. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know, did she bite his finger? No, she just tried to break it.
Yeah.
Tried to like break one of his fingers.
Yeah.
And then there's that scene where like as David is leaving, because he was trying to get her name.
Yeah. Oh, and then she's like,
my name's Ellie.
Or something. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, so whenever you tell everyone that Ellie's the name of the girl who broke your fucking finger. Yeah, I thought that was great. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah.
But the way that we escape David is eventually he gets fed up and is like, okay, I can't make her love me. I'm just gonna eat her.
Yeah, chop her up into little pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I can't make her love me. I'm just gonna eat her. That's like a that's like a
That's my
horror plot
interpretation.
line right there. There's something.
I mean,
there's
yeah,
something to
it
it.
is.
Yeah.
Some would say.
Yeah.
So as David and his I don't know, nameless follower.
Yeah. I was gonna say his goon, and then I was like, wait, we can't. That's so. I'm so annoyed because like the word goons for like henchmen is so good. Like, what? You can't take that from me.
Yeah.
Let me have it.
I recently found out that is gone. I feel like a year ago, I think. I was like, oh, that's what that means now?
Yeah.
We can't use that word anymore?
Yeah, no, it's annoying.
I used to say the word like goon squad whenever we would do something dumb in a video game.
It sounds horrific and upsetting potentially.
Yeah.
Like it's like
no, that's not at all what it means.
With your squad?
With your squad?
Yeah.
You gonna get the whole squad involved on this?
Some people are into that.
Hey, no judgment.
Yeah.
No open judgment. Maybe quiet judgment. No open judgment.
It's a free country, god damn it. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a free country. Do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, anyway, I'm done. So as Ellie's about to get chopped up, she's like, I'm infected.
Yeah. Can't eat me.
Like,
and then she bit one of them. She's like, so that means you're infected.
Right. She bit David on the way to the cutting table. Yeah. So the other guy freaks out because he's like, oh God, you're infected, David. And then like while this is happening, she like grabs a fucking machete and just cleaves Steve's neck.
Yeah.
Or whatever the goon's name is.
Yeah.
That was pretty brutal and awesome. And then she kind of scrambles on out of there. So she's being chased by David through the city during like a snowstorm.
Right. There was something about the running away as Ellie from David where I was like having like slight haunting ground flashbacks.
Yes.
I was like, oh God, not again. I hate this because like I think you can hear David like
hear
yelling
him.
after you, and I was like, shut up. I'm starting to freak out.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. So this culminates in a boss fight, essentially, against David.
Oh yeah.
Where you have to like sneak up on him and get a jump on him, I think 3 times with the knife.
Yeah.
I think it evolves a little bit too. So at first he's just walking, he's slinking,
Yeah.
And then I think he's running. I think he's moving a bit faster.
Faster, yeah.
I think the last one is he's sneaking, so you can't like detect him. You gotta like wait for him to move, and he's also hiding now.
Yeah.
I remember this being a bitch the first time I played it. It's kind of a bitch the second time I played it, but it ended pretty quickly. There is a section that this specific boss fight reminded me of in the RE2 remake. I don't know if there's anything like it in the original version. I don't think there is, where you are also playing as like this like little girl with like no combat capacity, like more defenseless than Ellie, and you have to like sneak around through this like daycare thing, hiding from a big scary man. Yeah.
And it reminded me of that, and I was like it's so stressful. It's just a really stressful scenario, and I think it was well done in this case. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
The RE thing, is that a side story or is that part of the main story?
No, that's part of Claire's story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Anyway, we cut back to Joel after that boss fight concludes. There's a few combat sections.
Can I also just say, when Ellie finally defeats David and starts hacking him to pieces with that machete, I was like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's my girl.
I thought that whole section was great because it's like Ellie doing something that she's probably really uncomfortable with, but she was put in this like very intense situation where she kind of had to do these things.
Right.
It was also kind of, I assume, a little scared of this man and is like finally, I don't know, lashing out, and then
Catharsis.
Joel comes at the exact time that is happening and kind of takes her away from it. Probably, I don't know. It's giving like father-daughter.
Well, then at that point, he's kind of like holding her face, like she's starting to like break in like a way that you haven't seen her break, where she's like sobbing and like he was gonna do stuff to me, blah blah blah, and she's like freaking out. And then he calls her baby girl, and I was like, that's it. Here we are. We have arrived.
Yep.
That was a really good
moment. That was the moment.
Yeah.
Claire saw that moment and she started crying.
Oh. Yeah.
She'll just come in randomly and see whatever is happening and start crying. That's how she rolls.
Yeah. That's fair.
So that concludes the winter section and starts the final section of the game.
Yeah.
We arrive at Salt Lake City, and there's kind of like a slow trot towards the end. Like Giraffes, yeah. But like right before that section, like there's another boost me up section. And you like start it and then like nothing happens. And then the camera pans back over and Joel's like, Ellie. And Ellie's just kind of like spacing off, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's, I assume, read into that it's like she's maybe dragging it out, like not so sure she wants to finish this little journey that they're on together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
We have another sweet moment where you mentioned we see a giraffe, and Ellie's very excited, and Joel's very excited to see Ellie excited. And it's, more daddy-daughter, apocalypse daughter stuff.
Well, and he says something like, I want to teach you the guitar.
Yep, he does say he's going to teach her to play guitar, which I think that he was in the process of doing with Sarah. I think that was meant to be implied from like context clues laying around Sarah's room and stuff. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that happens, and then we also have a scene where Ellie stops Joel around like a quarantine zone thing and hands him the picture that Tommy tried to give him of Joel and Sarah together, at the soccer game. And this time he accepts it, and we see him, this is the character arc you mentioned. It's like he's now more open. He is like, okay, I am like somewhat ready to, I don't know.
He has a line when he takes the picture where he's like, well, guess you can't run away from your past. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, if there's like any section that made me like start to tear up, it was him accepting the photo. Yeah. I don't know. And also Ellie giving it to him, like having taken it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we fight through some tough infected areas. There's like a bunch of bloaters and clickers. It's like it is the final infected section. So we make it through that, and then things go horribly, horribly wrong. We like get sucked into like this current and stuff, and it's like so comical, like how wrong things go.
Yeah.
We're just getting like tossed around by water streams and stuff. Ellie almost drowns.
Well, and then so when you wash up with Ellie and he's like dragging her out of the water, she's clearly unconscious, and he starts doing like CPR or whatever on her, and then two dudes show up. And they're like, step away, do whatever. And he's like, dude, like, I'm doing CPR right now, man. And they're like, fuck you. And they hit him over the head. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, literally, like, I'm just so, like, frustrated with these people. They just make me so mad.
I don't know if it's believable that they wouldn't have patience for non-compliance or what, but...
Well, and it's like, did they think that, like... What did they think that Joel was like? It was like a charade, like get too close to me, and then that's how we get you, or like what? Like
that's how we get you.
Like again, he is obviously doing CPR on an unconscious child. Like I don't get it.
Yeah. So Joel gets knocked out, and then we wake up in the hospital, separated from Ellie. We're in a room with Marlene and some soldier.
That bitch. Sorry.
Yeah, that bitch.
Yeah.
Ellie's best friend. Ellie's Apocalypse older sister.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah. And we're informed that Ellie is being prepped for surgery. Joel deduces that by the nature of the surgery that it's going to be an operation on the brain. And they kind of, I think, say it without saying it that she's not going to survive this. I can't remember if they say it outright or what.
Well, so Joel wakes up and then like Marlene is there. Marlene is like, yeah, I made it here too. And I also lost my whole team. You don't know what I've been through, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, Joel figures it out and is kind of like, what the fuck? And then they're like, yep, too bad. Anyway, like there's no like, there's no nothing. I don't know. It went from like 0 to 100 really fast of like, yeah, this is how it's going. We're going to escort you out of here. Like not even like no attempt to smooth anything over, explain anything, no attempt to argue too much on Joel's part. It's just, we're going to escort you out of here. And then Joel's like, no, I'm going on a murder rampage. And it was just a lot. Anyway.
I think it must be that in their mind, it's like they were willing to be like grateful, I guess, that Joel did that insane thing and like brought Ellie all this way.
Yeah.
But I think the second that he showed that he was against what they were trying to do with Ellie, they were like, okay, well, what we're doing with Ellie is so important that we cannot let you interfere in any way if that's what you intend to do. Which I kind of get. So one of the things that I've heard about the game from the creator is that we are not meant to, in his mind, his intention with how we're supposed to interpret the vaccine that would have come out of this and all of that is that they would have made a vaccine and it would have worked. There's not meant to be like because that kind of provided some like grounds for like a moral, like, we don't even know if a vaccine would have worked. Are we sure we want to kill this kid? I don't know. I have problems with
and also
the
like
logistics of it, but yeah.
Right. So yeah, so my question is like, so let's say the vaccine works. Why does it have to be lethal, like to synthesize it? Or to do the procedure to get what they need to be able to synthesize it. Do you know what I mean? Like there's...
I guess because it's in the brain? I don't know.
Well, they said cordyceps.
Cordyceps.
Okay, so what happens if... Last of Us, why would vaccine kill Ellie? Cordyceps is a genus of fungi, some species which are known for their parasitic behavior in insects and other arthropods. removing the mutated cordyceps directly from her brain. Okay. So because... Okay, I understand. So I was confused for the longest time because I thought that it was like a part of her brain. I mean, it's like in her brain, but I thought it was like a specific part of her brain that they had to... But still, I feel like there has to be a way to do that without killing somebody.
Maybe, but I think that it's maybe implied that because it's an apocalypse...
Right, they don't have the resources to do it.
They don't have the resources to maybe do it in a way that would keep her alive.
Okay.
Where it's like, okay, we got to just kill this kid and get to the brain.
I don't know. You can do some pretty fucked up stuff to a brain and the brain still make it out. You know about
Phineas Gage?
You know about ice pick lobotomies?
No.
Okay, well, that's
I know about lobotomies.
Yeah.
It goes up the nose. Is that the idea?
I don't... There might have been some that would go up the nose. So if anyone is squeamish, I'm so sorry. You might want to tune out for a second.
Claire, turn off the podcast.
Yeah. So with an ice pick lobotomy, what they would do is they would, there's like from my understanding, and it's been a long time. I did a school project on this once, but it's been a long time since I've done this. But there's like a thin bone, like above your eyeball somewhere. And so they would kind of jam an ice pick up through there, is my understanding, and kind of wiggle it around back and forth and kind of like mush up the brain tissue between your frontal lobe and the rest of your brain and sort of maybe disconnect it or injure it enough to where it was disconnected. And some people came out of this procedure and were kind of okay and mostly okay. And some people sort of like lost their faculties and their executive function and had a horrible time and went mute. And there was all kinds of horrible, nasty things that came out of it. But my point being that you sometimes can do crazy stuff to a brain and the brain will still be okay. And
sometimes you can do just very little stuff to the brain and
it will
fucked.
Completely fuck it up.
Yeah. I'm excited for like the future. All right, what am I fucking saying? I was about to say, I'm excited for the future of science where we understand the brain better, how it functions, what it does, how we can alter it.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Okay.
This is a PlayStation podcast.
Right.
I mean, it's a video game podcast. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. And so, but I understand that, okay, to throw that argument out. The narrative says we cannot do this without killing Ellie. Okay, well, so in addition to, I guess my line of thinking of like are you sure there's absolutely nothing we can do with this procedure to make sure it doesn't kill her or try not to kill her at least, is how are you going to synthesize and effectively distribute this if everyone in the world is a fucking dirtbag?
The logistics of it. Yeah, we're getting a little ahead, so let me just like wrap up. So
sure.
We kill like a shit ton of fireflies. We get to the operating room with Ellie. We kill the doctor.
Yeah.
Surely that won't be important for the second game. Anyway, we kill the doctor. We take Ellie out. We confront Marlene as we're trying to leave. We also kill Marlene.
Yeah.
We take Ellie away. We take her back to Jackson. And we basically lie to her about what went down. And then the game ends. I do like how the ending works. Anyway, we can come back to the lying thing in a second. But the distribution of the vaccine is my problem. Also, the effectiveness of the vaccine. Ellie is immune. Let's assume that everyone's like Ellie. Okay.
Then what?
What does that do? Well, I mean, like,
you could still probably get mauled to death by zombies.
So I think that would allow us to more effectively push back infected.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Eventually.
Like going out and about is not as dangerous.
Yeah.
Like imagine if imagine Boston if Fedra and all of the inhabitants were immune. Going out of the ring and like coordinated groups to clear areas and expand the sort of safe boundaries would be more reasonable. I mean, the problem is obviously still the people. Also, this is being developed by the Fireflies, which are somewhat seen as a terrorist organization. Yeah. A dwindling terrorist organization that now has a vaccine distribution that's insane.
Right. Well, especially like into Fedra-controlled areas as well. Like that would be very hard to even work.
How are you going to convince people to take this vaccine?
Right.
I guess like eventually people would be like, "Oh, it worked," like and be like, "Yeah, I'm look at me," and then they like eat a spore and they're like, "I'm fine," or like I have this bite, kind of like Ellie, and it's like, "Yeah, it's fine."
Yeah.
So maybe eventually. I just feel like that's such a bold thing. But at the same time, it's like, what else are humans supposed to do? Like, not try to solve this? I don't know. Skill issue.
I don't know.
Just dome them. If everyone was like Joel, there would be no infected.
What is that? Oh, because they're a video
Joel
game
has murdered like 70. I don't even know. He's probably murdered 200 infected on the way here.
Yeah, that's true.
He also killed a lot of people. So
yeah,
there might not be a lot of people left either if everyone was like Joel. But.
Right. Well, and it's also like, what if something happens to the Fireflies? Well, you said that like they're dwindling or whatever, and it's like struggling to get the vaccine to people. And also, like, if you try to like go up to a group of raiders and be like, we could help you guys, and then they just murder you and take the vaccine. You know what I mean? Like, what happens if the control of the vaccine falls away from them, or like it's lost,
you're gonna get
or like
spiked vaccines? It's like, it's a vaccine
again,
laced with apocalypse cocaine. I don't know.
Right. All the questions have to do with distribution, the logistics of that. Yeah, so something about the Marlene situation that also pissed me off is so we don't get to talk to Ellie beforehand about her consent in all this. And only after the fact, when we're talking to Ellie, she's kind of says some things that imply like, yeah, my friend, girlfriend, died. Like all of these people close to me have died. I've just kind of been wondering, when is my turn? And maybe it's implied that she might have accepted her fate in some way. And then Marlene says something like, oh, like her mom got bit and died and made me promise to take care of her. And so with Marlene, I'm sort of pissed because it's like, okay, so this woman told you to take care of her child, and to me, it just didn't seem like it weighed on Marlene enough to be like, I'm exchanging Ellie's life for a vaccine, especially like if that promise is supposedly important to her. And also, when I think Joel and Marlene are having their little confrontation when he has Ellie, she said something like, well, it's what she would have wanted. And I'm like, did you fucking ask her though? Did you fucking ask her? Because it feels like she was unconscious. You dragged her in here and just chucked her straight into the surgery room. So like, it just kind of like pissed me off. It just made me mad. Anyway, so I don't like Marlene very much, just in general.
Yeah, I know. And I feel like if that was presented to Ellie, there's probably a good chance that she would have been on board with it.
Yeah. And
like,
then what would Joel...
kill me, make vaccine?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good use of my life. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Another thing... So whenever this game initially came out, I didn't play it on PS3. I'd listened to talk about it a lot because it was a very popular game, and I was big on those gaming podcasts at the time.
Yeah.
I was under the impression, actually, that this ending was a choice.
Yeah.
Like, oh, are you going to leave the thing, or are you going to, like, murder all these people for the sake of your apocalypse daughter? And I don't know. It's not a choice. You just have to go through it. But
yeah,
these are the moments where I think that like the medium of video games can be most impactful, where it's like you're playing someone doing something horrible or something that you might disagree with, and instead of reading about it, you're the one doing the thing.
Yeah,
I feel like on my first playthrough of this game, I went on the arc that the developers probably wanted me to go on, which was I found Ellie to be annoying, I warmed up to her, and then I reached the point where I was like, I'm on board with what Joel is doing right here. Like, as egregious as it is to like murder this hospital full of people just to save this one person, I'm like, I'm on board with this because I've grown attached to this person. Yeah. And I feel like that's like the powerful thing to take away from the game is like your own opinion of this person changing to the point where you would do this thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like, so this is I mean, I don't mean to spoil the second game, but this whole sequence is like the pivotal, I don't know, thing of the second game. It's like the nexus for why it starts. The inciting event, that's the word.
Yeah.
How did you feel? I mean, okay. How did you feel about, do you kind of agree with that sort of like arc that I took? Or were you not on that arc to begin with? Like, did you not find Ellie annoying and then like kind of went on that journey of like kind of growing attached to her?
So what I wrote in my notes, and I wrote these notes down like as soon as I finished like the narrative of the game and like hit the credit scene, paused everything, wrote down these notes. So this is like my honest to God initial reaction to everything.
Yeah. Let's go through this now.
So my problem is, so you went through this experience, and I'm not saying that's invalid. Honestly, it sounds like a much more enjoyable experience to go through the game and to experience it as the writers intended. My fucking brain has the writer side inside of it that won't shut the hell up ever. So it's like I was incapable of going through this game without sort of like picking apart the narrative structure and being hyper aware the entire time. This is manipulating me to feel a certain way. And this is like what is happening now is prompting me for what's going to happen later, sort of a thing. So it's like no, I didn't hate Ellie to begin with because like I was already aware of kind of like the arc that we were going on, so it made me like incapable of engaging with it on that like natural level, and just sort of like feeling the things as they're happening. I don't know.
When you say the arc, do you mean that more generally, or do you mean that you knew you like already know how the story goes? Like this specific, the Last of Us story, you know how the Last of Us story goes.
So I knew about the thing where it's like they're gonna try and like kill her to make a cure. I knew that was like the end game. Ahead of time. I didn't know like all the specifics of everything. And then I have also seen very similar character arcs of like young, spunky child, frustrated adult, and then like you know that things are just going to improve over time, like Ahsoka and Anakin from Clone Wars. Like I knew that this is generally what was happening. So for me, I got like sort of like frustrated with that structure just because it was. I don't know. It's so difficult because I don't think that a story being predictable means that it's bad. That's not what I mean.
No, because most stories need to be some level of predictable to be enjoyable.
Right. But it was just like, again, just like being hyper aware of it was like actively pissing me off all the time. Like Joel being such a hard ass until we are on the literal cusp of like the scene with the giraffes and then having her ripped away from us. It felt like there's another thing in, this is going to sound like a wild comparison, but trust me. So in Oblivion, in the Dark Brotherhood questline in Oblivion, there is this member of the Dark Brotherhood guild who is a complete and utter asshole to you on a regular basis, up until you get a mission that says you have to go and kill like this Dark Brotherhood member. Well, you have to kill all of them, but spoilers anyway. Sorry. And then on that very day,
a lot of things.
Yeah. On that very day, you have to go kill this character. You walk up to him, and if you talk to him, he unwittingly picks this exact day to be nice to you. And it's kind of like a like twisting the knife to like such an extent where it's almost kind of like a sick joke of like, yeah, I'm really gonna get you with this one. And because I'm aware of that, I'm like, okay, well, fuck you. Like, come on. I don't know. Like, I just can't I can't appreciate it as much because I'm too aware of it. I don't know.
In my eyes, I felt like it did seem a bit more, I didn't get the jarring thing that you're describing. Where it's like, okay, we're at the last section. Joel's doing like a 180 on his character.
Yeah.
I felt like that was at least built up to a bit more gradually. And okay, so side tangent that kind of loops back.
Sure.
Part of my problem with my biggest problem with the HBO show is we just don't spend enough literal time, minutes and hours with Joel and Ellie. The story kind of diverges. It's like we spend an episode with Bill and Frank. We spend an episode with Ellie and Riley. And in my mind, the story works because we go on this arc about like we don't love Ellie at the beginning. We spend so much time with her. We pick up these little trinkets along the way. We have these little side conversations. We talk to this kid who doesn't understand things. They become slightly more endearing to us as you pick up a joke book and they're like, tell you dumb jokes. And you pick up this thing and they're like, what is that thing? It's like, oh, it's this thing where we used to go and watch movies at, in the before times. And it's like, what was it like to be on a plane? And like all this like little stuff that you get as you like pick up these little trinkets, explore the world, find these little notes and stuff. To me, it felt a little more gradual, and there was like ups and downs. It was like a roller coaster of like Joel like opening up, shutting down, and I mean, I'm not gonna like argue that like it was perfect. I do think it was a little bit more. I don't want to say pioneering, but I feel like this game gets attributed with starting the influx that we see of the Sad Dad games.
Yes.
I don't even know, like you mentioned Ahsoka and Anakin, and I was like, yeah, how fair is it to levy that criticism on this game specifically? Because there were many other examples of this throughout, movies
you mean
and
to
TV.
criticize this game for being the start of like Sad Dad?
Yeah, like starting a trend of Sad Dad. I guess it started a trend of Sad Dad games.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's like, do you blame The Last of Us, or do you blame the industry that also created The Last of Us? Like, just a industry full of like dads who are creating these stories.
Right. Well, yeah, and I would blame the industry of, well, also like the trend in AAA gaming, which seems to be strongly anti-risk. Somehow.
Right.
And also cramming in all the same features into all these games because we are so anti-risk to try and appeal to as many people as possible. Then you just make bland slop.
Yeah, and it's kind of like this beautiful scenario for people where it's like, okay, I can make a Sad Dad game. It is both Oscar bait for gaming, and it is like a mass appealing seller type situation.
Right.
And Sony's definitely into like the artsy fartsy shit. And I think they view The Last of Us as like their prime artsy fartsy shit. Anyway.
And I think I unfairly, and I will admit this, I unfairly resent this game because of industry bullshit, not because of the game itself. Well, I resent this game because of the industry bullshit, and then also because of all the video essayists and whoever profiting off of industry bullshit to write their video essays. And I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing about it.
Yeah. I feel lucky enough to be detached from this.
So that's fair. Yeah. And again, I should probably just be detached and whatever about it, but I'm a little freak. It's hard.
I don't know if you can choose to be detached.
Yeah.
The damage is done. The well is poisoned in some way. It's like you have been exposed to all the fucking annoying discourse and shit about the game. So, I don't know if you can put the genie back in the bottle. It's like me with Undertale. It's like part of me knows. I know about the fan base, but I don't know about the fan base, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't need to know. I just know it's bad.
Well, the fan base is bad.
The fan base is bad, and I hear the game is good. So maybe I'll play the game someday and be unaffected by what gross people are doing online or annoying people are saying about it. So this is just yet another example of Clayton doesn't know what anyone's fucking talking about, and Morgan is more aware of the annoying discourse that's unfolding around certain pieces of media or whatever. So
well, and again, I get maybe a part of me, and maybe like the root of my contrarianism about things that become like so popular and so mainstream is, again, the oversaturation of copycat bullshit that tends to happen. Annoys me. And then also just like people get so fucking hung up on this one thing, and there's so many different things we could be exploring. And so when I see this like oversaturation of content and discussion happening, I'm like, imagine what else we could have if we would just put our time and energy towards something else. Mm-hmm. I guess.
I mean, and to continue, this is kind of a discussion that we have in many different permutations, but the risk element, I think, is more important whenever we have this expectation of making really big and elaborate games.
Yeah.
So it's like if Sony's like, all of our games have to be like Last of Us quality, which is an insane bar to set.
Right.
It's like games are going to take longer. And if games are taking longer, they also need to be even less risky.
Yeah.
Like as a product.
Yeah.
Because we're putting more time and money into this thing. So it's like, if we spend 5 years on a game, it better fucking sell. So we're going to do the safe thing. And I say 5 years, that's honestly optimistic. It's probably like 7 years.
Yeah.
It's just so crazy.
Right.
It's so crazy. Anyway, so I want to go through all of your notes, anything that we haven't covered, but I do want to quickly discuss the ending. I find it to be very satisfying. So it ends with, we got into it, Ellie kind of talking about her past and stuff, and confronting Joel before they enter Jackson. I also think it's interesting that you play this final little bit through Ellie's perspective.
Yeah, no, that made sense to me, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're confronting Joel, and you're like, tell me everything that you say that happened at the hospital is true. And Joel's like, yes, it is. And then Ellie, I think it's up to interpretation whether or not she actually was willing to believe it, or like deep down knew that he was lying. But she says, okay, and then the game ends. And I love the second game, but I do feel like this is a satisfying story, and it could just be that. Yeah. Like, this could be the end of the entire franchise, and that would be fine. Like, it doesn't, I feel like that ending is not begging for a sequel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you could totally leave that story there.
Yeah.
But everything's got to be a franchise. And I like the second game, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know. I mean, you feel the same way? Like, I mean, do you feel like that would be a fine place to end a story like this?
Yeah, I think so. Well, because it kind of leaves you in a place where you're like, I don't know if I really feel good about any of that, but I don't think you're supposed to. No, I think it's supposed to make you think.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, and so I like thinking. So I
like
think that's
too.
Probably good. Yeah.
Yeah, I like thinking. I think that's good.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, it's like the playing through Ellie thing. It's like, okay, now Joel is kind of the person that we're questioning. We're putting ourselves in Ellie's perspective.
Well, and also like, coming at it from, because you do have both Joel and Ellie's perspective on the whole thing, and just knowing that it's like, yes, Joel loves her. Joel would sacrifice a lot of people for her, and yet he is still capable of lying to her face.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting tension.
The thing that he decided to do to keep her alive. Yeah, because but it's like the thing he did to keep her alive also was the thing that seemingly is going to ruin their relationship.
Yeah.
Like, and at that point, he's just keeping her alive.
Right. I guess, so like when I was thinking about the ending and some of the stuff that happened in this game that I saw as like things that were like thematic things that were prepping for the next section, was the situation with the cannibal people, where it's like you get into a confrontation with them at the university, right? And then that comes back to bite you in the ass. And we know that that's going to be echoed by what happened at the hospital with the Fireflies coming back to bite Joel and Ellie in the ass. And another moment that stuck out to me and made me think, oh yeah, this is like kind of what the second game is about too, even though I haven't played it. I know vaguely what happens in the second game.
Right.
When Joel takes the photograph from Ellie and says, yeah, guess you can't run away from your past or whatever. It's like, well, your past is going to come back to haunt you.
Right.
Like, you learned this lesson, but you also didn't learn the lesson. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah. And it is, yeah. Like the progress that Joel seems to be making with that photo section.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it's like, he is problematic in some regards and as how he handles his relationships and stuff.
Yeah.
And when it's like perceived to be him progressing and kind of developing a healthier relationship with like all the stuff that's happened to him and the people that are currently in his life, it turns into a very like possessive and selfish thing.
Yeah.
Which is a fun angle. It's like, it's not someone getting better. It's someone getting worse in a different way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like old Joel at the beginning of the game wouldn't have done this. But the arc that Joel takes leads to him doing this horrible thing as opposed to, you know, a character progressing and bettering themselves. It's like Joel's kind of worsening himself through something that is positive, but he's like taking it in a, like the relationship between Joel and Ellie should be positive, but it's like turning him into a worse person in some way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In some objective measure, but
yeah.
Okay. I want to go through your notes if you want to.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So take me on anything that you haven't got a chance to discuss.
So one of the criticisms that I was aware of this game, which we already kind of sort of talked about. So I've heard criticisms about the story that the game kind of sort of wants you to contemplate sacrificing Ellie as a worthy trade-off for a zombie cure when the world they've shown you doesn't really seem to have anyone else worthy of saving, with the exception of maybe Sam and Henry, but they're both dead.
Right. I think, there's like some good people. We don't really meet them. I think it's like all the Jacksonites seemed pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's like it's implied that there's like innocent, good people out there or whatever, or not even necessarily, you don't have to be innocent to be good and worthy of saving. That's not what I'm trying to say, but, but yeah, you just don't get to like see them. Like you only see the cynical stuff. And so I'm not saying that I even necessarily agree with this criticism. I'm just aware that it exists. It's like, okay, why would I want to save a world that's full of dirtbags and cannibals, basically? And I'm like, well, I can kind of see where you're coming from, I guess. But also, like, my counterpoint to that is, the people that are acting like dirtbags, they're in this situation, they're in a, like, tough situation to begin with that is pushing them to do insane things. So it's like, how much do you fault them versus the situation that they found themselves in? That's
right.
Also kind of something consistently going on in The Last of Us as well. So just throwing that out there. Now this might be a weird take, and I'm not saying that I don't know. It's my weird take. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think personally that the conflict with the cannibals was maybe kind of, I don't want to say, I have in my notes, I called it a thematic misstep, but that might be a little bit strong. But so to me, it was like, okay, you have this group of people who opened fire on you and you killed them, and now they're pissed at you because you hurt some of their guys, and there's like this interesting back and forth. I thought that was really interesting. And like I said, it is echoed in the themes and like the plot and stuff that happens in The Last of Us 2. However, I thought it was less interesting when you find out that they're cannibals, because then it's like, oh, who give a shit? They're super evil, and like they're eating people and killing people. So I don't
know if everyone knew that they were eating people.
No, like, I know, but I'm saying like it would have been more of a dilemma, or maybe a little bit more food for thought if it was instead of a cannibal settlement that you stumbled upon, if it was like another Jackson. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So.
Like making them cannibals just kind of.
It kind of gives you an easy way to just write them off. Yeah. Where I'm kind of like, maybe what if we just twist the knife a little further, where they actually weren't cannibals, they were just kind of normal people, and you came in and fucked them over because oops.
Yeah. That feels like Last of Us 2.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
That feels like something that game would try to force on you, like that moral conundrum.
Yeah. And then I had some notes about Marlene, which I already got off my chest. And then from an analysis standpoint, I kind of saw the Ellie dilemma. So there's this story called Those Who Walk Away from Amalas. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
No, I have not.
Okay. Are you aware of the trolley problem?
Yes.
Okay. So Those Who Walk Away from Amalas is supposed to be kind of like, so in the trolley problem, you have like so many people on one side of the tracks and like one person on the other side of the tracks. And it's like you're flipping the switch and you're deciding who's going to get run over by the trolley, right?
Yep.
But you don't have any like necessarily any personal connection to people on either side of the track unless you like make something up. But because the trolley problem is just basic like numbers almost, from what I understand of the original prompt. Those Who Walk Away from Amalas was written to be a more subjective take, or a more subjectivized version of the trolley problem, where it's like, okay, you have this utopia society where everything is really good, except for the society to keep functioning and keep being a utopia for all of these people, there is a child locked up in a basement that is being tortured all the time. And so it's like, do you let the utopia exist, or do you take the child out of the basement and let the society fall apart and be imperfect, but also this child isn't being tortured in a basement anymore, if that makes sense?
No, I get you.
Yeah.
I think I have heard of this before.
Yeah. So this, to me, it's like, okay, do we take Ellie and throw her in the basement and create, possibly, if we can get over all the distribution issues, this like quote unquote utopia, or at least a world where the zombie threat isn't as bad? Or do we just kind of let things go on as they are and not chuck our child into the lethal brain surgery basement?
Does Walk Away from Amalas, does it bring up the, like, does it also not care what the child has to say? Or is that not a factor in that as well?
I don't think so. Well, I think Amalas doesn't even give you like any sort of solution. I think it just says there are some people who live in Amalas who, I think it might be implied that there's some people who are aware of the child being tortured in the basement. And when people find out about that, they can't stomach the utopia society anymore, and they just walk away. Like, they don't get the child out. They don't go on living in the utopia. They just leave. And that's like what it's named after. So, I mean, that's not exactly what Joel does, because like I said, he says, hell no, we're not putting my kid in the basement.
He walks into Amalas with a gun.
Right, with a gun and Kevlar vests, and there's a Tumblr post about that really cracks me up. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know. I think it's kind of like the trolley problem. Is basically what I'm saying. What this game boils down
thought
to.
Experiments. These are interesting thought experiments, and it's very annoying that we're not given the option. Like, we're the third party making the decision,
right?
And we can't involve the child or the or Ellie.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that would be the solution, right? Would be to get their input. Like in the Ellie situation, it's like, okay, Ellie, do you want this?
Right.
If you want this, maybe this is reasonable.
Yeah.
And maybe in this Amalas situation, it's like, do you want to be tortured so that all these people can live in a utopia?
Right. Well, and like also like the Amalas situation. I mean, like the child. Yeah, they're thrown in the basement when they're a child or like after they're born or whatever, and they have no choice. And they're also completely neglected. Can't even like talk. Like their whole entire existence is pain. They know nothing else.
Mm-hmm. I think. Yeah. Is the moral is? I mean, is it a question? Like, is this like a thing that people go either way on, or is it pretty much everyone's like it's bad to torture children?
So, I think. What I've seen people take from it is that any society that has the child torture basement doesn't deserve to keep functioning the way it does. Like you should hunt for things in your society that are the children trapped in the basement, and you should seek to fix them instead of because if like a utopia cannot be a utopia with a child in a torture basement. Like no matter how many times people insist it is.
The point of the book is not to pose the question like, is this okay?
Yeah.
It's to say, whoa, this clearly isn't okay.
Right.
And it applies to the real life. So yeah.
At least that's what I've seen people take. So again, I guess maybe how I'm coming at it is it's like, okay, you say that this is going to kill Illy. Are you sure there's like absolutely nothing you can do to try and preserve this life? To get your cure, like I don't think there should be a child murder basement. Is all I'm trying to like get at, even though I know that that's like,
that's a brave take.
Yeah, that's what I've heard other people take away from the Amalas thing is to Anyway,
yeah, I do think that I agree with the sentiment that you can't like force altruism on people. You can't force other people to make sacrifice for bigger, greater good.
Right.
I can agree with that. And that's kind of the statement here, but to the point of like not being able to get the input from the people that are being, sacrificed or killed or whatever in either of these stories. It's like, I feel like that is the missing component is their willingness to participate in it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, and I was also going to say that, in the Amalas story and in, The Last of Us, I mean, video games, we talked about this before, video games are, in some cases, a medium for, like, a player to have agency. And so I'm not saying that this is something that they should have done. I'm just saying it would have also been an interesting direction to take, where at the end they do give you a choice and you do get to see the outcome of either decision. That
would have been interesting. I wonder, I mean, there's choices in games and it's usually very one-sided. Mass Effect, everyone is a good guy. In this kind of maybe more gray situation, or maybe it's not as gray. Maybe like what Joel does is bad. I don't really know. I have to assume most people would be like, yeah, I'm going to save Ellie. Probably because that's the button that continues the game as opposed to you want to stop playing. I don't know. Like, I guess like if you could poll people who just played The Last of Us, you're like, is what Joel did good? What would people say? I think people would say yes. I think the general population would be like, yes, save daughter good. Yeah, the implications are strange, and the way that they're being forced by the creator of the game, like, to not be as vague.
Yeah.
I don't know if that does the audience, like, a disservice. Like, they can't speculate. It's kind of definitive now. It's like, okay, yes, they would have made a vaccine. That would have worked.
Yeah.
There's still more after that, like the distribution and stuff, but... Yeah. I don't know if I have much more to say on this.
Yeah, I don't know if I do either. And I think I covered pretty much everything. The only thing I was going to say, I know that you said that you were a fan of like the hard cuts and like the fast pacing of we move from one shitty moment and then we're just on to the next thing. I think I don't know, it's hard because I think it's good to trust your audience to be intelligent and to be able to infer things about the internal workings of your characters and what they're going through and how that might be affecting them. I think that's good. However, there's a part of me that is also a sucker for a good breakdown, a good mentee bee. As I've heard, I think Trixie Mattel put it.
Oh,
so,
that's terrible.
I mean, there's like a part of me who, in the midst of all this, I'm like, I could have gone for like a little bit more catharsis. You know, maybe have a good sob session, snot bubbles, and all that jazz.
Mm-hmm. At some point, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway. I know you kind of get there in part 2 as well, but...
Yes. I like the hard cuts, as I've said before. I think that it is, I don't know, it's thematically consistent with the world. You know, this is a world where everyone has this hardened exterior. Bad shit happens constantly. And there isn't really... There's no like luxury of having the ability to have a little minty bee about it. You know, you got to keep moving.
If you cry too much, you're going to get dehydrated, and water is hard to come by.
Exactly.
Like in Dune, anyway.
Oh my god. Is that a factor in Dune? You can't cry too much?
Yeah. No, well, it's like if you, in the Fremen culture, which is the desert people, if you cry for somebody, it's like a big deal. Like, because you're not supposed to cry because that wastes your water.
It's like literally you're pouring one out by crying.
Literally,
you know?
yes. Yeah.
And the one you're pouring out is valuable. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. I also, I take honestly, a lot of cues from The Last of Us. It was kind of a formative game, I think, in like artistic choices and stylistic things that I enjoy. I enjoy hard cuts a lot. If there's anything people know about me, it's that I like hard cuts. They call me Hard Cut Clayton.
Okay.
And the urban decay element of it as well. Yeah, cold. Hey.
Hey.
Yay. Yeah. In my head, I'm like, whenever I think of an effective title sequence, I imagine hard cuts. I just like hard cuts.
Yeah.
That's just something you got to know about me. Anyway.
That's fair.
Like when I imagine the Berserk anime in my head, I'm like, a lot of hard cuts happening here.
Yeah.
It's also in black and white. That's besides the point. That's for a different podcast episode.
Sure. Okay.
Sure. When we play the Berserk game for the PS2, so I can talk about. I think there is. It might be a Japanese game. Okay. Let me take a little break to look. Berserk.
All right.
PS2. Yeah, there is a Berserk PS2 game. Berserk Millennium Empire Arc, Chapter of the Holy Demon War. Was it in Japanese only? God damn it. We could do a Japanese only game. We could try.
I might be able to pick up on a few words here and there, but...
I wonder if it was good. Anyway, I mean, it must be great if it only came out in Japan. All right, what was I doing? I have a couple notes, if you are good on your stuff.
I'm good.
All right. Just a couple like overall things that I felt like I was taking away from this. Okay. First of all, I'm like, the gameplay in part 1 is lacking, in my opinion.
Oh, yes.
Like, this is a complaint that people have levied at for a long time, and I wasn't that receptive to until I went back to it, especially after playing the second one. And with this being a repeat playthrough, where it's like, I know the story, that's not necessarily what's like really motivating me to get through this. So like some of that emotional weight is gone to the gameplay.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine this being like just in my opinion, I couldn't imagine this being fun to replay.
No, I don't think it is. I really don't. I don't think it has a ton of replay value. I think the second one might have more. Just because I think the game is more fun in the second game. But there's such long stretches of no game. Really? And like analyzing simulator. Yeah, exactly. And like analyzing some of these sections when we break them out like this, like Wyoming, it's like, okay, there's a fight at the dam, there's a fight on the way to the house, there's a fight at the farmhouse. That whole 45-minute section has 3 encounters. The rest is just story. And then it's like University of Colorado is a very similar way. There's like an infected section, story, trodden through. And I get that that's like to some extent, that is the world building, and that is like the pacing.
Yeah.
To have some scavenging sections broken up by the, gameplay part.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's like not as engaging to replay. Not as engaging on the replay. But that's to be expected with, I think, any story-heavy game. Anyway. Also,
any story-heavy game does not have choices.
Right. Exactly. So that's just like to say that like the game did not hold up in my estimations. Like I think I mentioned before that this is like a top 25 game for me.
Okay.
I don't know if it is. Like at this point, I'm like,
is part 2 still a top 25?
I think part 2 is like a top 5 game for me.
Okay.
I love part 2. I fucking love part 2. I love part 2. Part 2, I think, justifies its existence as a video game more than part 1. I feel like part 1, aside from forcing you to do the thing that Joel does at the end, that morally questionable thing.
Yeah.
I feel like part 1 could potentially function better in a different medium. I've said that I hate the show. I think I hate how the show was executed more than I hate the idea of it being a show. Mm-hmm. I feel like it could work as a show. Part of me is like, I wonder if this would be a solid book.
Graphic novel, maybe.
Graphic novel. I like, when you lay out this story on paper, I'm fucking all in on it. Like, this journey from here to here to here, where we hit these points here, these points here. Like, the vignettes, that was a word I was looking for earlier. Yeah. The vignettes of, like, Sam and Henry, how it connects to Bill's town and then progresses, like, forward. Just, like, a apocalyptic journey across, like, the United States with a grumpy man and a little girl is, like, yeah, that's pretty solid to me.
Yeah.
You can go a lot of places with that, and I think that you could, the way that they have the story laid out, I'm like, yeah, that's great. Maybe a book makes more sense. I don't know why I'm saying a book. I don't fucking read. We've established that. Anyway, another big thing that holds this game back is the last gen limitations. The, give me a boost, the squeeze through the tiny section, the long drawn out transitions between areas. The modernized thing we mentioned. It's like, yeah, I can't detach myself from 2025 when we're playing this game.
Right.
It's like I have certain like gameplay expectations, and the solutions that they had for hardware limitations at the time, like, are very like noticeable and unappealing to me now. And that's just how it is.
Yeah.
Like, I can respect that they made sense at the time, but they don't work for me now. So that's what I got to say. Those are my final thoughts.
All right.
So, does this need recommendations? All right, so we've talked about this many times. I got to be honest. People's confusion about how many versions of the game there are confuses me, because I find it to be pretty straightforward.
Oh, okay.
Just have to be like, okay, there's the PS3 original. They up-resed it to 1080p and put it on the PS4.
Okay.
7 years later, they remade the game with new assets.
Okay.
Those are the 3 versions.
Gotcha.
I don't know. In my head, I'm like, yeah, so you have the PS3 original, you have the PS4 remaster, you have the PS5 and PC remake. Play the remake. That's my opinion. I mean,
okay.
I think the remake is much better, visually, obviously, but some of the small like gameplay tweaks, crafting, menu system tweaks. I think I'd be curious. I think that some people do have a legitimate artistic like argument for the original over the remake. They change some of the art direction. I think things are a little bit more blue, a little bit less warm. And it's like, okay, I hear you.
I like the warm tone.
That's a difference.
Yeah.
But I think that overall it works well still. All right, recommendation. Morgan, do you recommend this game? She'd give me some looks right now, guys.
I'm sorry. No, it's not you. It's not your fault. I don't know. It's complicated because, like, did I think it was bad? Like, no. Do you want to? Honestly, I would recommend maybe watching a long play instead of playing it yourself, because I don't think the gameplay was that exciting? Maybe.
Yeah. I would not recommend the cutscene compilations personally.
No.
I think that there is value to like the moment to moment, like
the pacing.
Here's a comic. Let me, I don't know, that type of thing.
The banter.
Anyway,
yeah.
The banter. There's value to the banter.
Oh yeah. But okay. If you were like, I want to, well, this is stupid because it's like, do you recommend this game? It's like, if you want to play it, sure, go play it. But you already want to, so like, why do you give a shit if I recommend it or not? Because I'm also like, again, I'm like, this game has been fucking talked to and beaten over the head too many goddamn times. Go play something
Spoilers.
else. Yeah.
Anyway, in my mind, I feel like if you have not played the game, in my head, this is still a safe recommend. Unless there's something that you know you're very against, like you're not interested in. If like zombie stuff just is like a no-go for you, if like maybe like the sad dad thing is like a complete turn-off, although I feel like it's still pretty solid for just a narrative premise personally, as maybe a future sad dad. I don't know.
Oh my god, sorry, anyway.
I feel like if you're playing it the first time, I think it does motivate you enough to get through the sloggy bits. But the second replay is just, I think, doesn't hold up. But that's not very shocking for a story-based game. I mean, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, yeah, I think I do generally recommend the game. Yeah, I generally recommend the game to most people.
Okay.
Like, I think that if you haven't played it or vaguely don't know the story, it's like, it's enjoyable. There's like, I don't know, there's like drama and shit. Does this game need a remake? No.
No. Stop.
Please stop.
Let it die.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. I'm not someone who feels like the remake was unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Unnecessary is maybe not the word. I welcome it. Is it an opportunity? I think most people argue it's like this is an opportunity cost, though, because you made people spend time making this thing they could have made something else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair. Money. I don't know. There's a lot of arguments.
Yeah.
I'm happy to have the remake. Like, I think the remake is superior, but I think we're good now. We're good, guys. Mm-hmm. We're good. This is a little bit hard to answer because it's like, kind of talking about like where the second game leaves off. But I'll just kind of speak vaguely on it. So I had, what would you like to see next from the series? So personally, I feel like the second game is begging for a sequel more than the first game was begging for a sequel, just based off of where it ends. At the same time, part of me is like, I don't want to spoil the second game. I'm not going to speak definitively. It just kind of ends on a sad note. And part of me is okay with the game ending on a very sad note, or the series ending on a very sad note. And part of me feels like there's no way they end the series on this fucking sad note. So I don't really know what to expect. I assume there'll be a third game. But I'm not like overly confident. I'm not like definitively there will be a third game. I don't know. Naughty Dog is currently working on a different series. But it's probably big enough they have multiple teams going, doing different stuff, different projects, but I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of Naughty Dog. That's not my area of expertise.
In our lost recording session due to the PS5 mic mishap,
right,
I had a spiel in our intro, I think, about how I am tired of sad dads, which I know. Never mind. Let me stop.
Oh, I knew what you were about to say.
Yeah. Let me stop. Okay. Let me just say, I am tired I am one of those that is tired of sad dad media, and I am a major proponent of Cigarette Mom.
Yeah, Cigarette Mom.
And by Cigarette Mom, I mean, I don't know, just look up Cigarette Mom and it might start to make sense.
Might I recommend Last of Us Part 2, Morgan? I mean...
I don't know. But I don't really want to get into that for the sake of, like, accidental spoilers or anything. But I just like the idea.
I like that we're saying this. I feel like there's a strong chance that in our first recording session, we might have just spoiled Last of Us Part 2. I don't think I would have. I think I intentionally didn't want to, but I like to think that, previous us just spoiled this, and now we're being careful.
Oops. If we did, sorry.
I don't think we did.
I think that basically what I remember saying in this botched recording session that is lost to time now was that I am annoyed with the commonality of the sad dad now, because I feel like in general male characters are allowed to have a lot more nuance and depth to them than female characters are, especially when it comes to like being a parental figure. Like when you see a mother, you always expect the mom figure to have her shit together and to be naturally good at being nourishing and like being a mom, and it's like something that is expected to be intuitive for her instead of maybe a learned skill set or something that she struggles with. So I want to see a shithead cigarette mom really, really badly. So that's where I'm at.
I can see that not resonating with people. Or
a shithead cigarette mom? Oh, but I love her.
I know you would, and I'm sure a lot of people would. I'm just saying, like, I could see that being quite contentious.
Yeah.
Because of the reasons you're laying out. It's not accepted. Yeah, I agree. So, hey, we may cover the second game, but no, it's way too new. It's way too new. Last of Us was already pushing it. I feel like we talked about this briefly. I feel like PS3 is on the table. So this is a PS3 game. Granted, I played the PS5 version of it, but I feel like PS3 is firmly on the table for us to discuss. I feel like maybe by the time the PS6 comes out, crazy to say.
PS4. Oh.
Yeah, maybe bump it up to PS4. I like the idea of being like 2 generations back and onward. Okay. To me, that feels right.
Sure.
Maybe not for everything we do. Maybe if we do like a gameplay video, we'll play something newer. We already did that. I mean, Celeste is pretty new.
That's true.
So generally speaking, like 2 generations back, or maybe like 10 years old, something like that. I don't really know. Anyway, this is the newest game we're probably going to play for a very long time.
Yeah. For
the show. But all right, Morgan. All right. I previously said that we were going to play Left Behind next, but I don't think either of us want to do that.
No. I'm sorry.
I'm done. This has exhausted me.
Yeah. No, me too.
This has been so drawn out, and we missed it twice. And
right. And that's not entirely the game's fault. It's just, I would like to, and it's sad, and I'm tired of being sad and cynical.
And also, I'm tired of playing fucking games with all these polygons. Let's go back to fucking good old PS2, Katamari Damacy. Katamari
Damacy, right?
Domingo. I thought it's Damacy.
Domingo.
So yeah, next time we're playing Katamari Dua Lipa, and if you've played Katamari, I don't know, fucking write in about it. Give us your thoughts. Maybe we'll read something out on the show. I know one of you has. Anyway. That's all I got. So,
all right.
Yeah, thanks for listening to this episode. Please support the podcast by leaving a review or rating on whatever platform you listen on. Subscribe or follow to stay up to date with the show. Everything we're playing. If you're an audio listener, we're posting a lot more stuff on YouTube. Gameplays and stuff. They basically turn into podcasts as we just kind of play the game in the background, occasionally talk about what's happening in the game, and then mostly talk about, I don't know, video games or stuff happening it's just an episode of the podcast, but just we're playing something.
Yeah, at this point in recording, we have a 100% Spyro 1 playthrough.
Yep.
We have a Celeste playthrough, not 100% though.
Just gotta rub that in.
What? No, I'm not trying to rub that in. No, it's a very difficult game, and it's a good episode, so you should go watch it. And then we also have a 100% playthrough of Sly 1. So if any of those things strike your fancy, please check it out.
Yeah, and there's more to come just because that's a convenient way for us to supplement the amount of time it takes to make a retrospective.
Yeah.
So we're gonna continue doing that. And also, like we mentioned before, the release schedule is wonky right now. We're experimenting with taking different amounts of time to cover the games and whatever. So I think it's all in all better. I think that we will actually be making more things this way. Anyway, time will tell. Please send all your please send all your listener letters to analogschtickmail@gmail.com. There should be a link in the description. We'll see. Until next time, goodbye.
Goodbye.